Hello, everyone. Welcome to my next book chat with Benghis with Pete from Ponderings with Pete. Hey, Pete, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm feeling cozy on this snowy winter's day, and
Nice.
uh, got a little flannel shirt going on to match with you. And they're comfy. I should do this more often,
Oh yeah,
especially in
they're
the winter.
great. Flannel shirts are amazing, especially if you can find like different thicknesses of flannel shirts. Like I have like several different thicknesses that I vary throughout the year because I hate wearing pants and flannel shirts and
Ooh.
jeans. Perfect.
Hey,
How's it going,
Shad.
Chad?
Welcome. And Anitha's here. Hey, Anitha.
Hey,
Yes,
we should
we
come back to this comment.
we will. We are some of the only people in the fantasy community who are privy to the best kept secret in
Of
modern
course.
fantasy, which is
Yeah.
Shadows of the Apt. Oh, the rogue is here. Welcome,
Nice.
welcome. And we got Heidi. Oh, wow. Lots of people are tuning in. So, welcome all on this winter Sunday. And I have been wanting to chat this with Pete for a long time, since I've always felt a very close kinship with you here on BookTube and as a reader.
Kindenship,
And
of course,
yeah,
as Anita said.
great. The kindenship. And yeah, especially since we were both kind of going through Shadows of the Apt. And I just always loved how you chat about books. And I wanted to pick your brain a little bit and to get inside your kind of reading life here.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to kind of just find out kind of where you are in your whole reading journey.
Mm-hmm.
So like, how are you approaching your TBR? What authors you're reading? Are you going into books trying to get specific things out of them these days? So I just want to know kind of where you're at in your whole kind of reading life and journey.
Well, that's a very broad question. I think so. Let's tackle like the what authors I'm mostly reading like this year. So a lot of what I'm looking forward to like this year specifically is Black Company. So I'm reading Black Company this year,
Ooh.
which I already read. It's the only book I've read this year is the first Black Company book. But that was
Nice.
really good, and I'm really excited for that.
Ooh.
Kind of just like that military fantasy, and then like it felt to me like the progenitor of like, are we on the right side of this war type of trope. I don't know if it actually was though, so whatever.
Ooh, I should get on that because I haven't really done anything like that since Malazan a few
Yeah,
years ago.
it's
Is
much smaller in scope than
yeah.
Malazan. It's like if it's a book only about the bridge burners basically.
Yeah, that actually does really appeal to me. Those have always
Yeah.
been some of my favorite sections of Malazan.
Mhm.
And man, I should just jump on this bandwagon
Just do
with
it.
you and read the Black Company.
Yeah, we can catch up to Evie and make her feel slow, you know.
Because so where I'm at in my reading life, and it intersects with this a little bit, is that I am finding it hard to break into new big epic fantasy series and tomes, and finding it easier to just stay with authors I'm familiar with and just read more Cornwell or more Tchaikovsky
Yeah.
and stay in series that I've already started with Realm of the Elderlings or Song of Ice and Fire. I
Mhm.
started very few new series last year. And so like I'm looking at some of these books that I just got, and like
Yes.
I want to read this so badly. Like, I think Dandelion Dynasty, more than any other series that I haven't read, has a chance to like break into my real like top
It's
of all time.
amazing. I didn't even expect it to like be as good as it was. I like joined a buddy read on a whim and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is now my favorite series of all time. What the heck?
But this book is huge. Like, I did not realize these were basically 1,000-page paperbacks, and it feels intimidating. Just I want to be able to give that series its due. Basically, just like stop everything I'm doing in my life and read those books. But I don't have that luxury right now, so it's intimidating. So, oh yeah, we got some people. Oh,
I need
reading Veil
this.
Throne right now. Oh, let's go.
Nice.
So this is another issue I'm having in my reading journey.
It's
Is that
short, Ben.
yeah.
It's
No,
short and it's staring at you. You should read it.
I have the omnibus here somewhere, but I am also so eager to read Daniel Abraham's solo stuff. Like, I have all of the Dagger and the Coin books ready to go, all of LPQ. I'm confident I will love this too. But
Just
I'm overwhelmed. I'm drowning in books and TBR and don't know what to do next, pick next. It's I am pining for the earlier days of me getting back into fantasy and sci-fi because I had nothing on my radar. I was like, okay, I just started this with Sanderson. Like, let me try to go on some forums and see like what other people are recommending. Oh, Dresden Files. Okay, let me try that. Like, oh, who's like a big YouTuber talking about this? Daniel Green. Like, oh, he's into First Law. Let me try First Law. And just bouncing around, I had like absolutely no idea of all the different series and authors that were out there that I might like.
Mm-hmm.
And I stumbled into all these amazing series, and I've read now most of the really popular ones in kind of modern fantasy the last 20 years. But I'm still drowning in just dozens and dozens of series that feel like they need to be my next priority. And it is getting to the point of overwhelming.
Yeah, I feel that. I think that's kind of why on top of the fact that I just haven't been posting videos, so TBRs are kind of like a low priority for me to post. I've kind of been more embracing the mood reading because like that's where you're about to step into your booktuber arc is like, I love TBRs, and then oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed, and it's like I like MBRs now. Let's embrace mood reading.
Yeah.
That's like a typical. I feel like that's a very typical booktuber arc, and you're like on the cusp.
Yeah.
But it's just like you've read a lot. Go read with your heart, Ben. Just read with your heart, man. Just be like, hey, I'm feeling this today. And there's my TBR. I still have like a TBR, but I tend to like build in space for myself, and I'm always ready to throw it out for something.
Yeah.
And mess around with it. Like I was gonna do like Lustrum. I was gonna start Imperium, which is the first book of this one.
Ooh.
This month. But last month I was like, I have some space, and I'm kind of just like, I don't know what I want to read. Let's just pick up Imperium. And I loved it. And now this month, instead of reading I Claudius with everybody, I'm trying to catch up to them by reading Lustrum and Dictator first. And you know, Evie and Jake and Kyle were like, hey, let's read freaking Brightness Long Ago. And that was something that I was thinking about reading. And they were like, let's do it. I'm like, okay, cool, let's go.
I love it. I love that you embraced mood reading. I've been a mood reader for a long time, but it's getting to the point where like I'm confused with trying to join some buddy reads, and that's locking me into certain reading schedules, and it's not always meshing with my mood. And like I just got so much FOMO when you mentioned that, because I got this nice omnibus from some British bookstore. I can't remember which one sold that.
That's awesome.
But man, I have done so little like Roman histfic. I got so much FOMO listening to you, but like I'm already like locked into Realm of the Elderlings, Song for Our Bone. I'm reading next month. I actually had to bow out of a buddy read of the 5 Warrior Angels trilogy because I was supposed to start that in the middle of this month, and I just couldn't crack it open. And to Heidi's point here, but no rereads, too much out there to experience new. So instead of starting a new fantasy series and a new author that I think I might really like, I just had finished reading or listening to book 6 of Dungeon Crawler Carl. But I had listened to them so quickly. It was like over the course of 3 weeks. I just wasn't ready to let that go. And when I finished book 6, I just went back around and started book 1 again. And so I just finished reading books 1 and 2 of Dungeon Crawler Carl. But that's what felt right to me, and I actually really liked it. There were so many little tiny details that I was missing on my first read and listen, and it was fun to see kind of the seeds that were planted that would sprout later, and that was great. But yeah, I felt kind of like bad about that. I was doing that instead of starting something new.
I agree with Rogue. You should just embrace the chaos. Read what you want to read. Like that's what it comes down to. I think there definitely comes a time when you like if you commit to too many buddy reads, you're gonna have to like bow out of them. That's if you feel so much, just you're gonna come to a point where you're gonna burn out a little bit, and just you need to figure out what works for you. And embracing the mood reading really has helped me read more. Like I stopped randomly in I think it was November, and I just reread the entire Percy Jackson series over the course of a few days.
Ooh.
Because those things like read like this nowadays because they're middle grade and they bounce so much around. But that was such an enjoyable experience to prepare for like the Percy Jackson show that's coming out and I'm watching right now. And it was really refreshing just to get a different writing style in there. It was really refreshing just to like get that nostalgia factor in there. It was really nice.
Oh, that's wonderful. Man, Esme's just saying, just start them. Yeah, I just got to start. LPQ, Dandelion Dynasties, Lycanius, some of these really long TBR veterans I've had just waiting patiently. Black Company. We got McScarfield here from Europe. Nice. Welcome. Esme's over there too. And yeah, Sunday afternoon's a good time for the Europe folks to be able to hop on, not in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Quite the day in Scandinavia. The Danish queen abdicating for her son with a volcano.
I heard about the first two. I hadn't heard about the last one.
Some Scandinavian intrigue there. Oh, Neetha wants me to read Cicero. Oh, I do.
Neetha just wants everybody to read everything that she reads because.
Oh, see you, Esme. Catch us on replay. And Shad is rereading Rhaenyra at the moment. Ooh, nice. The 5th reread. I love it. I think that would be a nice comfort reread for me eventually. I want to get to the Legends series though.
Oh yeah.
Which I have not read, and which Michael Sullivan sent me those hardcovers, beautiful hardcover set, and I want to actually read those and then work my way chronologically and maybe end with a Revelations reread because I really like those.
Mm-hmm.
While ago, but
I read Theft of Swords ages ago, like within the first few months of joining book 2, but I think that's the only one I read. Just those 2 books.
Yeah. Did you have any desire to keep going?
It's very, very low down on the totem pole, even though I think I have the whole Legends of the First Empire series just sitting there. It's just super low on the totem pole, mostly I think because I haven't heard many people like talk about it.
Yeah, it had its kind of moment in the sun in terms of the Revelation series, and then he's been writing all those prequel series since then.
Yeah,
and my bet is that he's probably improving as an author, but so I'll be curious to read his more recent stuff to see.
Yeah,
but so if you had to create a kind of not even a ranked like top 5, top 10 series for you, but just throw in a bunch, I want to get a feel for your current favorites that you're sitting on.
My current favorites?
Yeah.
Easy 2 would be, or easy 3, I think, would be Malazan, LPQ, and Dandelion. What else are we looking at here? Outside
Ooh, LPQ way up there. Wow.
Oh yeah, LPQ is amazing. I have to look at my shelf. One of the more recent ones that's popped up there that I think would probably be included is the Shadow Histories. So the first one is Declaration of the Rights of Magicians. It's a
yes,
like a fantasy alternate history, not alternate history. Well, kind of alternate history, but like it's basically
set in the real world.
Yeah, it's French Revolution and abolition, but magic, right? So like. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things.
Nice.
Like one of the things that pops up with the French Revolution is mob magic, where commoners just start using their magic randomly and stuff like that. One of the big cruxes of it is that if you are a commoner, the Templars, which still exist, the commoners are all braceleted. So these bracelets, they both grow with the commoner, and they basically heat up and burn the commoner if they use their magic. But if you're rich, of course, you can use your magic, whatever.
Ooh. I didn't realize that there were kind of like epic fantasy magic elements to that series. I knew very little about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked up that book at a used bookstore like last year. So I have that. And I've rarely heard anyone mention that. So, that just shot it up my TBR. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really good. And some of the highlights, like, one, it deals with the Haitian slave revolution. Haitian or Jamaican? Ooh. One of those two. I think it was Haitian. Yeah, because the character comes from Jamaica and goes to Haiti and then that whole thing, and then the other two of the other main characters in the first book are William Pitt, the prime minister, who will be the prime minister, I think, and then William Wilberforce. And their bromance is amazing throughout the duology.
Nice. I've seen the movie Amazing Grace. I don't know
Yeah,
if you've seen that, which
I have.
Oh yeah, where they're like some of the
I
main
was more
characters.
familiar with Wilberforce than William Pitt, which is hilarious because like now I know that William Pitt is like considered the greatest prime minister. I'm like, now I know.
Oh, nice. No, I love historical things and fantasy series set in the real world. Also, like Temeraire by Naomi Novik, and that should be a series I can get into.
Yeah.
But it's add it to the pile, though.
Add it to the pile. I will say, like, if you're going in expecting a play-by-play of history, I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't even expect something like super detailed because, like, some of it is very broad brushstrokes of what has happened, because of narrative reasons. And you have three to four POVs because you have that, and then you have Robespierre, who's a necromancer in this one as well. So, yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's cool. Oh man, you've piqued my interest for sure. I just go for it. I just like to randomly pick up anything that's like possibly on my radar when I see them in used bookstores, and I have like a closet full of those. And so it's great if the mood ever strikes for anything, or if I hear new things about the series like that. Like, oh, it's great that I picked that up. There's an argument going on in the chat about Wheel of Time and Malazan. Are you a Wheel of Time reader?
I have. So in college, I read like the first 5 books and then just stopped because college. Like that was. I also DNF'd the first Realm of the Owning series in college. So like it was more because of college that was like I wasn't interested. And then I read the first book last year, sometime. No, 2 years ago. I don't know. I read the first book sometime in the last 2 years, and I was like, this is okay, but I wasn't psyched for it.
Yeah.
And so I decided to take it off my TBR for the time being because I didn't want to put that pressure on myself.
Yeah, that's a series you want to be pretty psyched for. Because
that's a series I don't want to feel the pressure for.
Oh, did the circus drive you crazy? Yeah, I don't know if he reached that in book. Wait, did you say you read Fires of Heaven?
I did. I remember very little about it.
The circus, yeah. Interestingly, a circus like mini plotline in Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 2 is one of my least favorite parts of that whole series. I don't know why authors keep going back to the circus but
I mean,
doesn't tend to work out.
Part of it, I think, is dated. Like circuses are kind of dated in our world.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of negative things that I think were associated with circuses, and you got to do it really well if you're going to go for it. I think circuses randomly popping up in epic fantasy books is kind of weird, but like I've thought about writing a circus before in one of the worlds that I've thought up.
Ooh,
like, I don't know.
Yeah, the Valen Luca circus in Wheel of Time doesn't usually hit for many people. Oh, Joanna's here. Hey. Can't stick around. Just want to say hi. Pete joined me in a Malazan discussion. Battle and leadership in Malazan. Ooh, I don't think I've ever watched that. I gotta check that out. But Malazan, I can't imagine two series that are as different from each other as Malazan and Wheel of Time. I actually read them fully in like the same year. I think it was like 2021. My whole first half of the year was Malazan, both like Erickson and Esselmont books, and then I pretty much did the entire Wheel of Time series late that year, and I loved them both. I really enjoyed them. I like those very two different styles of fantasy, where Wheel of Time just kind of like one giant story in 15 volumes and just following the same core group of characters through that, and each book doesn't necessarily have too much of an identity. But Malazan is so different, where every book feels very self-contained, including Dust of Dreams, which I still don't think I hear like correct analysis of it. It is not a part 1 of The Crippled God. Like it's its own amazing masterpiece of a book. Yeah,
I think there's some storylines that are part 1, but like a big chunk of it is its own self-contained thing, gut-wrenching. Oh my gosh, I love
amazing ending, amazing start, amazing ending.
Oh my gosh, that ending, yeah.
That had some of my favorite just like moments where the soldiers are just kind of chatting with each other because there are these long like boat journeys on the river in that book, and I ate that stuff up. No, I don't really understand the dislike for Dust of Dreams and the Malazan fandom.
No, it was. Oof. I mean,
Yeah, Wheel of Time suffering from a lot of hate. Yeah, that's inevitable with something as popular as it is, because just by nature of its prominence in this space, tons of people are going to actually try and read it who are not really going to click with it, and it's not really its target audience. And so this is not surprising at all, and it definitely has its issues, but for most of Wheel of Time, I was just immersed and engaged and along for the ride and having a good time with it. So yeah, I really like it. And the TV show adds to this weird discourse around it now, and yeah, not a big fan of the show myself.
I have seen bits and pieces, but like I have no interest in watching it right now. Maybe later, but I don't know. It's Amazon, so I have less of an interest of actually watching it.
Many of the events are pretty awesome in the first two books. I mean, there are crazy events in every book, like throughout the series. And the Bone Hunters itself is one of my single favorite books. Just epic from beginning to end. Some of the greatest sequences for me, just epic, emotional, really intellectually interesting. Like Erickson kind of gives you a real kind of complete, like epic fantasy experience.
The fact that you have both Yucatan and that last sequence, that last like city sequence.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wild. In the same book?
Oh, totally. Have you done any of the Esmont ones?
So I have read the Ascendancy books, the first three of those.
Oh, those are the ones I haven't. I haven't done that series. I did the Empire series along with the Erickson books.
I think when I do my Malazan reread is what I'm planning on covering the novels of the Malazan Empire. I have to do. I think I should probably try to read Fall of Light this year because I did Forge of Darkness last year. But like, Forge of Darkness and Fall of Light are just so uniquely depressing.
I can imagine it. Yeah, like the Tist Andy. That's right. The Tist Andy parts of Tisty.
Yeah, it's weird.
Those parts of the Book of the Fallen series were quite depressing often.
Yeah,
and so a whole book with that as the focus. I can imagine.
If you thought Toll the Hounds was a downer,
yeah, I was not ready for that level of downer when I read Toll the Hounds.
It's more. It's a lot more. Like there's a lot of political / religious maneuvering, which is really interesting in like Forge of Darkness and then Fall of Light. But it's also like there's also just depressing musings all the time.
Yeah, I'm curious about those. I will probably wait until like the trilogy is complete because I like binging. I like closure. The idea of this like 2-part open-ended series is strange. But did you feel like his style was different in those books? Because I've seen some of the things he said. Like he was trying out a different style, just a little bit more poetic. Dense.
Definitely. It feels a little bit more slow plotting, if that makes any sense. So let me see if I can think that anything it's kind of similar in the main books. I mean, obviously it's an expansion of the style in Toll the Hounds that we've encountered. And then there's some specific stuff in Crippled God that it's pretty similar to with the water, if you know what I'm talking about. That kind of feels similar to as well, I would say. But it definitely is an evolution of his style for sure.
Yeah, that's interesting that he's kind of trying to employ different actual kind of prose styles and sensibilities. Like, I think like someone like Sanderson very much is not really trying that. Like what he's experimenting with in differences of style, I think are really minuscule compared to like what Erickson does. Like he mentions like, oh, with the secret projects, I'm trying out a different like first person Hoy narration style, but like those to me still read very similarly to his other Cosmere books. And I haven't done like his like sci-fi Skyward series, but I'm sure that too doesn't feel overly different from his main stuff. But I Tchaikovsky, we should chat about Tchaikovsky because I think he very successfully kind of changes his styles between series. Yeah, and it's
he is
awesome.
A literal prose chameleon.
And I feel like it's always so easy to digest for me at the same time. And just man, Tchaikovsky is easily one of my favorite authors right now. I love every single thing I read from him. It feels like he's like I jive with just his kind of overall like outlook on life, but his intellect and his academic background, I feel like adds so much to all of these things. And so which Tchaikovsky have you read so far? I know Shadows of the Apt.
Yep. So I read Shadows of the Apt, Children of Time. I did Elder Race. What else have I read? Let me see if I have it. So City of Last Chances and House of Open Wounds, which actually I would probably put on my favorite series now as well.
Oh. See, look, the FOMO I feel when you say that is so overwhelming. It's like, how can I not just try to binge everything by one of my favorite authors right now? Like, just put it down. Just put it down. Read Guns of the Dawn.
Read that.
Read City of Last Chances. Like, how have I not read these yet? Ooh, Kindles and Kicks is reading Children of Time right now. Let's go. Yeah, I read this just last month, and it's one of my favorite books of all time. Like, it was so thrilling to me from beginning to end. It was tense, suspenseful. It was really just intellectually interesting as well and engaging. And the back and forth. I love an alternating POV structure, like the way that creates cliffhangers and tension and suspense, but that you just need to go one more chapter before you get back to the other storyline. Like, I love that. Like, The Expanse Book 1 did that as well. Yeah. And man, I so love Children of Time. When you said you read Children of Time, does that include the sequels?
No, I just read Children of Time. I'm planning on getting to the sequel sometime this year. I think because I have an entire column that's just Tchaikovsky for this year, because I'm doing Final Architecture starting this month. And then I have Doors of Eden, Cage of Souls. And then I think after those two, well, I guess I'm just starting out with sci-fi completely. So I might do Children of Ruin right after Lords of Uncreation, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I wanted to join in on the Final Architecture read, but I'm in the middle of the Children of Time series, and I didn't know if I wanted to mix his sci-fi series, because I still have Children of Memory to go. I really like Children of Ruin, by the way, a really interesting follow-up sequel. It felt different in a lot of ways, but very much coherent in terms of themes, and it did continue on the general plotline, but while doing flashback kind of thing as well. That made it feel really different. So love Children of Ruin. And Anita's a little bitter. What are you reading without her?
Probably Tchaikovsky stuff.
She could join, right? She could join.
Look, you got to read Children. Have you read Children of Time, Anita? I don't think you have. I'm already past it. You got to catch up.
Elder Race. Can we talk about Elder Race for a second?
Oh, yes.
This is another alternating POV structure book. And I was blown away at the idea behind this book, where essentially, like, one of the POVs feels like they're in a sci-fi futuristic novel, and the other feels like they're in, like, an epic fantasy.
Yeah.
And I love that. And the chapter where Mir is telling a story, and we have on one column what he's saying, and then we have what what was her name? Where the other POV, what she's hearing, and in the through translation, that is one of the greatest chapters of my life.
So good. I think one of the things that affected me with that book was how he was treating depression and that whole mental thingamajigger sci-fi thing that was just like zapping his depression away. It's not exactly what it was, but like the dissociative.
Yes. where he didn't need to feel any emotion. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I loved that, and that concept and
yeah.
how that explores how some people cope with it. I'm like, I feel don't like I felt like a little called out, but also just like, wow, this is a really interesting way to uh, illustrate this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally, man. And the fact that that's just like a 200-page little book
Right.
is incredible. Like what he can do in a novella-sized book, like Ogres as well. Have you read Ogres?
Not
Just
yet.
oh my
I
God, yeah,
want to get a physical copy, but like also
yeah,
that's like
yeah,
really
yeah.
hard to do.
Oh no, Ogres is great. Where's my little hardback? I love that little hardback. I don't
I
know where
think
it
what I
went.
might end up doing, I think there's a Terrible Worlds bind up that has 2 other novellas in it that I might
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
easier to find.
Yep. I
So
gotta
there's
grab
both
that so
different.
I can read the other ones in there. But the Rogue needs to continue Shadows of the Apt. One
Absolutely.
of the
You and Alan both.
Yeah, Shadows of the Apt, it is such an interesting like long epic fantasy series because I don't think there's any clear comps. Like I can't just
No.
compare it to anything else. Like I hear people try and it just doesn't ring right. Like I hear people say like Matt's fantasy book reviews recently said like Song of Ice and Fire, that sprawling kind of
No.
political like any similarities it has to other fantasy series are really superficial. Like
Like
it is
yeah,
so its own thing.
I get what he's saying, but it's so not.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's so doing its own thing and it was so refreshing to me and just I love the kind of real fast-paced style of that series too. Like it's really tight. Now having read in the not too distant past like less tight series like Malazan and Wheel of Time, like this really tight 10-book series was appealing to me and just the very clear World War I, World War II kind of
Oh yeah.
interwar inspiration. Like I've definitely spent a lot of time learning about that period of history in school and watching lots of movies and reading lots of things from that time period. It's like that inspiration really interested me, and his own creativity with the world building with the Kindin,
Oh
who
yeah.
are people insect hybrids with their insect
Magic that's
specific
not
arts.
magic.
Yeah,
Art
magic that's not magic. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
an art.
But for them it's just the normal physics of their world.
Yeah.
I love that like there's multiple kinds of magic from our perspective. There's the arts, but then there's like the old inapt magic and the lore that you just kind of learn as you go and how it ties into the overarching plot made the ending of the series hit so hard. Man, I adore that series. I love that it like has these different kind of structure like sections to it. Like there's the first 4-book arc, and that is just like this like it gets set up in Empire Black and Gold, and then just like the next 3 books are just like a race to like finish out this arc. Like that book Salute the Dark had like 8 different climactic sequences going on all around the map and was insane.
I don't know how Salute the Dark was so short.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's wild how short that is when you look at it comparative to like what you were saying about like A Song of Ice and Fire and Malazan, where they're like that would have taken another like 500 to 600 pages for Erickson or Garm, and he just somehow made it so tight, and
it didn't feel like it was lacking. It didn't feel like it was lacking. But then, if anything, what I've seen other people say, and it was truly like a perfect series for me. But I that like if something is just working, I turn off the critical brain. I let myself go along for the ride and just enjoy it. And it becomes essentially like a perfect artistic literary experience for me. But then I hear other people's issues they have with it, and I can understand them. It's like, things were a little too fast paced, maybe not as like slow setup, character building. Fans of like the Robin Hobb style might, I could see them not clicking so much with the kind of fast pace of the first arc. But he slows everything down in the next 3 books. Those next 3 books kind of become much more focused, fewer POVs, like set in one location, doing slower kind of character building around like one or a couple of the core characters, and building up the lore, the world building. Man, those middle 3 books, like starting with Scarab Path, were such an interesting change up. I loved going to like a version of ancient Egypt,
Oh
but
yeah.
like that's just survived in the modern day. That was such a cool thought experiment.
Oh yeah, that was my favorite book. Like I think
Oh,
him slowing down and doing more like instead of having this giant cast of characters having only a few, I think he really like you can tell he grew as a writer, right? Because wasn't it like he wrote the
yeah.
first 4 and then 10 years later they got published basically
Yeah,
or
I think he
something
wrote
along
those
those lines?
earlier and then was shopping them for a while, almost like never got them placed and almost gave up the dream of becoming a
Yeah.
published author. And then like that's crazy to think about.
Wow.
Yeah.
The things that we wouldn't have,
Yeah.
like just looking at City of Last Chances, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting. Shad is asking why Tchaikovsky is so obsessed with insects. I do know it has he
Yeah.
just likes bugs. He likes, I mean that's his degree is bugology. I don't remember what it is, like
Is
endology
it entomology maybe?
it's either entomology or entomology. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, as Nathan says, he
Zoology,
also studied zoology.
that's
Yeah,
the other thing. Yep. And
he
bugs are cool.
loves them. Yeah.
I think the favorite thing that I've heard him talk about is how like his vest that's in like his author pictures. That was something that was a gift from his wife that was like she had custom made for him. Which is hilarious.
Hello, Chadia. Welcome. We're doing great. Chatting about Adrian Tchaikovsky.
As always, gotta keep
man. And what's amazing about that series, is for me some of the most impactful battle, military, and action scenes, and the variety of action scenes are spectacular. But some of the bigger action set pieces were just absolutely just heart-stopping for me. In Dragonfly Falling, some of the sieges there, and in Sleep the Dark, and then even the kind of final battle in Scarapeth. Man, I can still picture. I've read it years ago. I can still picture the battle at the bridge.
Yeah,
and, oh my
I can still do that too. And then there's a bunch of scenes in Air War that are still sticking with me, like that final thing in Air War.
Yes,
oh,
yes, so good, so good.
Such epic set pieces.
And I love that the technology is progressing really quickly in that world because it does give so much variety across the series in the action and types of military battles and strategies. It's like in the Air War, it's like we're in the middle of these like World War II dogfights.
Yeah.
But more like steampunky. That worked so well for me. And then to get some POVs like on the other side, like in the Wasp camp and people who are part of the Wasp Empire, like that to me is what truly elevated the series. If we had just gotten like the protagonist POVs, like it just wouldn't have been the same. But getting all sides of it, the Thalric arc, and just so many things like made that whole series feel really emotionally impactful and complex.
So Anith is pointing out a very good point. I went to Ireland in July of the year that we all finished it, and then I just went flop in terms of doing all this stuff. I remember talking to you and Anita. We need to have it sit down and have a wrap up discussion of the entirety of Shadows of the App.
Yes. With spoilers. Yep.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just be like, all right, cool. It's been a while since we read this, but we're gonna talk about it anyways because that was some amazing spots.
Yeah, Chatty, and never a bad time to start Shadows of the Apt.
Yes, The Rogue. I did absolutely enjoy Ireland. Ireland was amazing, but it just like threw off my groove with BookTube, and I still haven't recovered.
Oh, I've always wanted to visit Ireland and Scotland and visited London, but never anywhere else more country like in Britain.
Ireland's a whole nother world. It's amazing. Just like would I go and live there? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I could. See, the thing is, like when I went there, it was one of those rare times where it was like sunny for an entire week.
Ooh.
And I know that's the exception. And when it's sunny, it's great. But can I put up with it just being cloudy and grim and raining the rest of the time? That's the real question.
But like if I visited like Edinburgh, like I want it to be gray and rainy and to like be in this old Gothic city. Like I want that. But yeah, in Ireland, I want some sun so I could appreciate the vibrant greens of the rolling hills. I like that.
the train ride alone was just like enrapturing in its own
Wait,
way.
where is the Rogue? Are you in Ireland?
I think
You over there? Oh yeah, I thought you were over here in America just because you're always interacting. I felt like time zone wise, you were gonna be over here. Yeah, and Britain wants to see Ireland. Oh
yeah.
man,
I think the
that seems
best
like such a
thing that I
chill place.
saw was the long library in Trinity College. That was amazing.
Ooh,
Hmm.
ooh.
It
Wait,
actually
where? Wait, where is that? What city?
Trinity College. This is in Dublin.
Oh, in Dublin. Okay.
Yeah. It's just it's kind of sad because like they're in the middle of renovations right now, and I think it's still visitable. I had somebody who went there a couple months ago that they were still able to visit it, but they like took all the books out, and they're in
Oh,
the middle of So remember the Notre Dame fire?
yeah, yeah.
So after that, they kind of freaked out, and they're like, "Hi, we're in a building full of books, and we are not up to modern fire code. So we should change that." So I think it's 2026 is when the renovations are estimated to be completed. So,
Ah, okay. Man,
and
I'd
they're
love to
moving.
just go around and see some old libraries in Europe.
Oh yeah, gosh, it's like just seeing the long library. It's like, wow, I should just go and get a master's here or something. That'd be great.
Ooh, yes, yes.
That is something that I have played around with. It's like, so public policy. That seems like the most of the ones that I would do. I don't
Being a
know.
student full time is so nice just because
Mhm.
your main responsibility is just to like read, learn, like go to class, interact with interesting people who are doing the same thing,
Yeah,
and like living on a college campus. I miss it so much. Just, man,
yeah.
going to interesting lectures and having all this free time. And oh man, I wanna be able to just relive that a little bit.
Yeah,
I
I
miss it.
miss overwhelming myself with clubs and every other thing going on. Yeah, yeah. There's bits and pieces of it I miss, and I think I would enjoy going back for a master's. Um, Not accounting though. Like I double majored in accounting and finance, and I don't think I would go back for either of those as a master's. One,
Yeah.
because going back to a master's in accounting is worthless because I already took a giant test on everything I could have learned in a master's, so I don't need to anymore. With my CPA thing, like
Yeah.
that's the only reason you would go is to get your credit hours. Um, and then finance, it's kind of like I don't know. I'd have to do a lot more stuff with it if I wanted to get a master's in finance because that's pretty math heavy. So
Ah, yeah. Oh man, I studied history and education back in college, and then after college, I actually went off to be like a volunteer teacher in a couple of really cool places. I taught for a whole year in the Marshall Islands on a very remote atoll called Jallout Atoll, where just like 1,000 people lived. We had no internet, no TV. There was a boarding school there, and I lived like right by the ocean, and it was so peaceful.
awesome.
Like I'd come back from a day of school like at 3 p.m. and often I would just post up on my second floor kind of balcony and read for hours at a time with like looking out over this beautiful coconut tree grove and hearing the ocean in the background and taking
That's
walks
amazing.
around the island, going swimming with kids. Like it was so peaceful, and man, I got so much great reading done there. I still remember walking like an hour to like the middle of the atoll where like no one was. It was just this tiny strip of land, but someone had put a hammock up between two coconut trees,
Just
and I
randomly.
walked. So I went there and took Thoreau's Walden, and I read that like for a whole day there in the hammock, and it's just one of the best reading experiences of my life. But I was reading a lot more literary fiction, nonfiction in those days. I find like I am just so craving SFF now. Just it it's really thrilling and just like I've almost had enough of real life, and I feel like I have a good handle on like my real world like identity, my philosophies, my
Hmm.
beliefs. Like now the creativity in fantasy and science fiction, that's really thrilling to me,
Hmm.
and just the being able to go to, you know, places that are not Earth or in Earth, but a little bit different in cool ways. I have so little of a desire to go back into litfic, even though I still have a big old TBR of classics and Russian classics and Infinite Jest and things I'm sure would be really interesting. But yeah, man, I'm like historical fiction too often feels like fantasy. Like it's so different to go back into even the Napoleonic era. But if you go back further, like I read Bernard Cornwell's Stonehenge, and going back like a few thousand years, like that barely feels like I'm on Earth. Like it is a completely different place.
Yeah.
And I like being able to escape outside of myself and just completely, you know, dissociate and just be immersed in the story. And modern fantasy and sci-fi is just doing, and historical fiction just doing that for me so much now. But I'm curious, like, are you still trying to work in like litfic along the way? And
I'm trying. I'm not doing a very good job of it, honestly. Because like, you know, I tried Infinite Jest, and that's like the thing. The biggest jest about that is how I haven't finished it right now. Even though it's like wild to read and really interesting to read, just like Fall of Light. It's like really, I have to be in the right mood to be able to process that book, and I have to be able to sit down with it for a while. I will say what Chadia said, that what you were talking about sounds like the perfect commune place. Yes, it does.
Oh, not having internet access was really like
hard.
And I had it wasn't hard. It was terribly easy. Like it was freeing. It was so freeing because you could be so relaxed and present there. Mm-hmm. There was never anything to check in terms of like notifications.
Yeah.
Like there was none of that. And like if you could have like a cell phone. I was out there with another volunteer teacher who had like a Nokia cell phone that you could, for like a good amount of money, call people back home, but we never turned the phone on except for like scheduled phone call times.
Yeah.
So we were basically just disconnected from off the grid, and it was so freeing. And I do miss it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would depend on who I'm there with, right? Because being extrovert, I couldn't be like on an island alone. That would be bad for me and my mental health.
But yeah, like, that would have been different. Like there were volunteers spread out in the country that were kind of on their own, mm-hmm. and they had a more challenging time of it than we were in more of a population center, because there were like 1,000 people there, and there was an elementary school, middle school, and high school, and there were 3 of us kind of like American volunteer teachers who were around the same age, and we had cookie nights, like dinners together, like regularly, playing like frisbee, bocce at like and it's like going swimming, like we weren't there alone, which actually I think even as someone who's more introverted, I think it would have been really tough to be out there all alone. A lot of the like adults there didn't speak great English, but more of the kids have been learning English more throughout their schooling. But so it was just like a few of us, and like, man, we had a great time there that year, and I almost wish I would have stayed longer, because I didn't realize how much like I would really love that disconnectedness, mm-hmm. compared to like later on getting a smartphone and just never being disconnected. Now it's hard for me to imagine it, honestly. Now, like I've been tied to this thing for so many years.
Yeah.
But like my attention span's also gotten a lot less. Like I feel like I need to be more like doing something physically. Like I love going for walks and listening to audiobooks, but I have trouble now just like sitting down with a book for a long period of time. It's easier for me if I can throw the audio on and read immersively. But mm-hmm. man, like when I was in the Marshall Islands, I could just sit there for hours and read, and as sunset came on, and just no issues at all.
Yeah.
It's just very different for me now.
I think so. Like it's possible to train your brain back, I think.
Yeah.
I've kind of gone back and forth over the years of like how much time I spend reading and how much time I can focus. and sometimes it depends on the book, but sometimes it depends on also like me purposely putting things aside.
Yeah.
Like, so one thing that I really would like to do eventually is like basically pick a day in the week where I don't really connect
Mm.
at all, whether it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever, where I just don't connect to the internet, don't turn on screens or whatever. My mother does this on Sundays, and she has a really good time with it. And I think that would be valuable for that sort of thing, to force myself to either get out of the house and go do something, or just sit around and read
Yeah.
only. But that may not be feasible right now, but it's fine. It's
Yeah. No, it's a
yeah.
great idea. Even just one day of disconnecting would I think would be really cool.
Yeah,
I'm just yeah.
our human bodies need rest, and disconnecting is worth that rest. I mean, one of the most interesting things that I've ever one of the most interesting, like, I don't know if you could call it a case study. Essentially, back in the day, China tried to make a 10-day work week, and it didn't work.
Oh.
Like, I'm pretty sure like suicides went up and all this other jazz,
Oh
and
my.
it didn't work at all because we're not wired that way. Like, it's weird how the 7-day work week is wired into us right now, and that we need 1 or 2 days of rest at the end of the week. And it's crazy and interesting, and I'm glad that it is the way it is to a certain point.
Yeah, me too. I could do for a shorter work week, honestly.
Yeah, if we
3
could
or
do a
4
4
days.
day.
Yeah, be clutch. Hey, Derry, welcome.
Derry.
How are you doing today, man? Derry, I very soon will be continuing Realm of the Elderlings with City of Dragons. Can't wait, man. If I wasn't in like a buddy read where I was doing live chats with Colin, I would have just binged through all Rain Wild and finished out the series, because that's like really what I'm most invested in right now.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait.
How did you like the first 2 in the Rain Wild trilogy?
Loved them. I was excited to get back to this plot line because I loved Live Ship Traders so much, and it just picked up where that one left off, then did a time jump, and the main plot of the first 2 books was just so compelling to me. But actually, I know a lot of people end up not connecting with this cast of POV characters as much, but from almost the very beginning of being introduced to them, I was more kind of emotionally connected to them than I think at the start of any other of the sub-series so far. So
that's
man,
awesome.
I love them. I absolutely adored the first 2. It's like I get it. I understand why other people don't love them as much, but I always do wonder about the booktube, the Discord, like the echo chamber a little bit. Just like people hear these things thrown around, and then I think their expectations are set a little bit, and then it affects things. It ends up people repeating it, and then it's hard for, like, everyone always says just like the Rainwell disclaimer, like, still liked it, but not my favorite, or not as I didn't love it as much as the other sub-series. But no Rainwell disclaimer for me. I love them just as much, if not more, than the other Hobb books.
Yeah, I will say that, like, the lower expectations helped me enjoy it more, if that makes any sense. Like, it prepared me for something different. Like, knowing that it's like, okay, books 1 and 2 were originally one book, and then like knowing the drama around that helped me understand. I think more of it was just the expectation of the structure being different helped. So I knew. Yeah. So basically, one of the things that really helps me with a lot of books is understanding what the author is trying to do, or the book is trying to do. So knowing structure for that is a lot of helpful. The Black Company is another thing where that really helped. Like, knowing that the narrative structure was going to be really different really helped. And for me, like, I want to do a video on just like expectations in general at some point. If I can write up a script or something for that, of just like, hey, this is how you can your expectations, like the expectations shape so much of what we read. And one of the things I try to do is just be like, all right, I'm trying to figure out what this book is doing. I'm not trying to make it something that I want it to be, but I want to know what I want to try to figure out what it's doing. And like some of that comes from I blame mysteries like on this all the time. Of just like I grew up on a lot of Agatha Christie and just a lot of mysteries in general, and Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew. Like I read all that.
Yes, Hardy Boys.
Yeah, so I tend to approach things like world building like as a as everything's a mystery. Like if they don't give me all the information now, that's fine. I'm trying to figure out ahead of time. I'm trying to see if I can suss it out before they actually tell me what is or isn't there, because like it's all just one big grand mystery, because I don't know. So who killed the genealogy or whatever. The Rogue, yes, absolutely. Read it like a duology. It helps.
Yeah, I felt that way about the first two books, that it was really just one book split up into 2 volumes. And I like that it was split up, because I do like feeling the progress of getting through a book and finishing that and having a new book to get into. So I don't mind if a larger book gets split up, but to combine them would have resulted in a very, very thick book. Although she probably added stuff, but there was not a lot of extra stuff going on in there that I felt like was padding it out. So I'm pretty happy that she expanded them into 2 books, because I loved the first 2.
Yeah, I think in my ideal world, I would have taken some of the stuff from Fitz and the Fool actually and put it on the end of a third Rain Wilds book after the duology. But like that's
interesting.
When you come to the end of Fitz and the Fool, it'll be very interesting, because I can guarantee you're not going to be in the middle of an echo chamber there. You're going to have multiple people telling you different opinions about Fitz and the Fool.
Yeah. I've definitely seen that. Some people just saying favorite books of all time, others being like, yeah, the series kind of petered out for me.
Yeah. I think the way I would describe it is Hobb is really good at plots and characters, like plotting and characters, and pacing is included with plotting here. And for me, Fool's Fate was the peak of both of those with characterization and plot. Like the combination of those just like went really amazing. And then from then on, she focuses a lot more on character than she does on plot.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I felt like Live Ship and Tawny Man as trilogies were this great marriage of like this overarching intricate plot that everything was building toward, this resolution of this plot, and while doing the signature Hobb deep character work all at the same time. So okay, I think it's probably good to expect just a little bit less on the plot front, but I think that's okay, because I really enjoyed the first half of Fool's Errand. That was not very plotty at all, or much of even Golden Fool. Yeah,
Fool's Errand is a good like the beginning of Fool's Errand is a good measure for what you to expect going forward in some of what you'll see in the future.
Nice. So you didn't include Elderlings in your top 3. Would they be close to the top 3?
I would say that Elderlings is up there. Like I wouldn't say where they are in like the top 5, 10 or whatever. But Realm of the Elderlings is definitely up there. Like they were going there.
Oh, so you're just spitballing off the top of your head. So you gave me the top 3. What else would fill out a top 10 series?
What? So let me think about what I told you. I told you
Dandelion.
I told you Dandelion, LPQ, Malazan. Realm of the Elderlings now. Shadow Histories is up there.
Shadows of the Apt?
I think Shadows of the Apt would be up there. But I think if I'm doing one Tchaikovsky series, it would be the City of Last Chances series.
Oh, nice. Do you know how many he's planning in that series? Is that trilogy?
I think he randomly just said there's going to be. He has like 7 planned out.
Whoa!
Yeah, like it was 1, and he's like, "Oh, I got a sequel that I'm writing. Oh, it's written. Oh, by the way, there might be 7."
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Heidi, I don't think I ever really. Well, actually, I think I have before guessed one of the murderers, but that's only because it felt like there was one book that felt like a retread kind of a retread of Murder Roger Ackroyd. I was like, is she doing Murder Roger Ackroyd again? And I was right. I think that's the one time. Yeah.
Is Derry taking issue with something? The
Wait.
first and second arcs of what? Is that the Fitz and the Fool trilogy, I guess? Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
I think I mentioned things very obliquely.
Yeah.
I
don't. So what else would go possibly in the top 10? Are you also in a Song of Ice and Fire reader? So I just read those for the first time this year, but have a weird relationship with them because I watched all the show first. I don't really know. I love the books, but I don't really know where to place them. Because the show like impinges on my whole like thinking about it. But let's see, other ones that are in my top that might overlap: First Law, Sun Eater, Faithful and the Fallen,
either of those, or that either.
Expanse, Red Rising, Warlord Chronicles.
Red Rising is up there. I was just thinking of another one, but I completely forgot what it was. So A Song of Ice and Fire, it's been a good, it's probably been good 7 or 8 years since I read that, because that's another one I read in college. So I'm not sure where that would put it. Lordy.
You've definitely read some things that I haven't. Like, I saw you gushing about the Machineries of Empire series. That's Yoon-Ha Lee.
Yeah, that. Right? Oh my gosh, that was a really good series.
Ooh, major FOMO. I gotta try some new authors, new series like
Nobody's read Machineries of Empire. What FOMO? Missing out on what? One person reading it?
Yes, exactly. Shadia, I feel FOMO very easily and very strongly. If it's just an experience that I think I will find fulfilling, if I haven't had it yet, I just feel regretful about that, or like worried that I'll never get a chance to. But Shadia, you're reading Malice for the first time, so no Malice disclaimer for me. I love the series from the beginning. The classic kind of village fantasy setup worked like a charm for me, and I love the whole series. So I'm loving that you're enjoying Malice.
That's good. Yeah, I think at the very least, I might reread A Song of Ice and Fire when Winds of Winter actually comes out.
Yeah.
But there's also the possibility that I don't reread it until he decides the Dream of Spring is actually happening. Or Hope of Spring. Dream of Spring. Yeah, I think is what it's supposed to be.
Although, if Winds of Winter is actually getting published, like that's going to be a wild lead up in this whole fantasy community. I can't wait for that, and just the craziness of that release if it comes. And but it's interesting reading Game of Thrones. I picked it up last, like a little more than a year ago, because I was very busy and I felt like I wanted something going that wouldn't actually enthrall me or like force me to like be hooked to it and take up a lot of my time. But then I got hooked to it, even though the show, like I knew everything that was going to happen. The show followed really closely to it, used a lot of the dialogue, but the dialogue is so amazing. But the internal monologues where Martin, like really for me, shines the most in those books. And I read that and also like, oh, like this is what inspired Abercrombie to write like the internal monologues in the First Law that way.
Yeah.
But in the show, you miss the internal monologues, and that's just so crucial to the reading experience. And I think why I love reading so much compared to watching TV and movies. And just to get, everything, to get the dialogue and the internal monologues and inside the characters' heads and hearing their thoughts. And just I do like what great actors can bring and interesting visuals to bring something alive visually. And I loved being able to picture the cast actually while I was reading, because the cast of the show is amazing. Just, like I love that I could picture Peter Dinklage as Tyrion and Charles Dance as Tywin and like everyone. It was so fun because I usually have pretty indistinct like visuals of characters when I don't have actors to cast as them. So that was fun. But man, the books are so good. Just they're easy to digest too. Like they're pretty fast paced and just accessible in terms of the prose. Yeah, they are so good. So good.
Yeah. Wait, Derry, what rules?
What did she say? You're just taking away your own enjoyment with those rules. Yeah, Derry, what rules?
Oh, is she talking about me not reading Winds of Winter or not reading Song of Ice and Fire till Winds of Winter come out? Look, Derry, that's for my sanity. All right, before you go, it's for my sanity. I don't want to feel pressure to reread it until I actually want to feel pressure to reread it. It's helping me not feel FOMO, Derry.
Yes.
All right, it's helping me not feel FOMO because everybody is reading Song of Ice and Fire. And if I didn't have these rules, I would be throwing away my TBR even more than I already am. All right? That's why.
Yeah. There's so much to read. There's too much. McScarfield's asking if I've read any Jack Vance. So I'm very underread on kind of pre-1990 SFF. Dying Earth is on my radar, but yeah, I've not read too much earlier, like 20th century stuff.
Can't say my exposure is Dune and John Carter.
Dune, yes, me too. I've enjoyed book 1. I do want to continue, but like it's
Dune
not
Messiah
a terrible
amazing.
I was gonna say it's not a terrible priority for me to get to Messiah, but while the details are pretty fresh, or maybe I'll watch the part 2 of the movie, so then things will be fresh, and then I'll continue into Messiah.
Yeah, watch part 2 of the movie and then a book to movie differences, and then see what happens.
I liked part 1.
Yeah,
I think it was pretty faithful adaptation, and I like the director a lot. Same director as Arrival, I think, and Blade Runner 2049. I liked all those sci-fi movies. Arrival probably my favorite sci-fi movie. Wait, have you not seen Arrival?
No, I don't.
Oh,
watching movies and TV shows like related to attention span has gotten harder for me over the years.
Yeah.
Like
now this
books,
though,
I can legitimately sit down for hours with books, but movies and TV shows just distracting.
No, I'm right with you. Like it's less mentally engaging when you're just like passively kind of watching the screen. And yeah, I find books much more mentally engaging and easier to capture my attention. So like movies have to be really good, and also being in a movie theater does help.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so I do like to go to the movies.
Yeah, I went to see Boy and the Heron yesterday, which was really good. Weirdest depiction of grief I've ever seen, but it was fun.
And Arrival, though, this is an example of a movie. I was lucky enough that I saw it in the theater too, where the film experience I think was much more interesting and compelling to me than the book. It's like a novella. It's not like a whole novel. And I read the Ted Chiang story kind of after seeing the movie and liked it a lot less. The movie was so ridiculously compelling.
See, that's awesome. That's like when you can improve, like when you can somehow improve on the source material in amazing ways with the movie medium. That is so awesome when it's able to happen.
Oh yeah, it's so rare too, but awesome.
Yeah. But like it's a double-edged sword because I can feel like that a lot of movie directors might be like, okay, we're improving on it with these changes, and they're not, or it's contentious. Like so, the Percy Jackson's show. There's been a lot of changes with that, and it's not the movies, that's for sure. The movies are atrocious and on the same level as Avatar: The Last Airbender movie. Like they're
I never read Percy Jackson. I saw the first older movie from like 10 years ago, whatever, on a plane flight once, and couldn't believe how bad it was.
Yeah, it's an objectively bad movie, regardless of if you've actually read the books. And when you've read the books, it gets even worse.
Oh yeah,
because of how it completely ruins the book. Like the things that it changes, the plot lines that it ruins, the plot lines it just ignores and takes away.
I saw Rorden's like blog post that he basically complained about how they didn't take his thoughts into consideration about it and all the different issues he had, and that they were trying to make it let's like age it up with the actors and make it more edgy for like a bit of an older audience to have broader market appeal.
And yet it wasn't edgy at all. Like it was there was some cringe, but it was just like, this isn't even why. And then they took away multiple, like they completely changed the characters, right? Percy is supposed to be this sassy dude that doesn't take, like, he's sassy and ADHD and amazing, and it's great. Yeah, no, they're like, hi, let's just turn Grover into the sassy side character. No. I want my sassy main character. Stop. They just made him this typical farm boy hero, wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, and naive. It's like, no, that's not Percy. Stop.
Yeah, when adapters change a very successful work, it often just smacks to me of ego and feeling like they could do it better, or they know their medium and so things don't translate. But often straight adaptations that don't change the heart of the story or the characters do great and work really well. And so yeah, there has to be a really good reason, I think, to make the changes.
Yeah.
But
and
I want to
show. Keep going with that.
Oh, is it good? Is it good?
Yeah, I think it's really good. I think there are a lot of changes, and I think it involves, because Riordan was really involved with it, right? And so he brought a lot of the themes forward from some of his later works, that I feel like he is using this kind of as a rewrite of the series to a certain extent.
Ooh, oh, that's really cool. Then, as someone who's read the series,
yeah,
you could get a different version of it. You could,
yeah.
So it's not just like rehashing. So I enjoyed watching. I grew up reading the Harry Potter books, and then I always did enjoy, as the movies were coming out, going to them and seeing the books portrayed. They're examples of like ultra faithful adaptations, and I liked it. Just to be back in a comfort, cozy story world for me that I loved. But they weren't ever like kind of experiencing a different version of the story.
Yeah.
So they weren't like a new experience. But I also like the idea, if I've read something, that the TV show or the movie does give you something actually different in the story. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah. There are things that it expands upon. There are storylines that they're straight up changing and wiggling around due to the limitations of the medium, and then also the just how the medium needs to be, as well as like there were some of the things they changed actually because the CGI budget wasn't big enough, which is like, it's 15 million an episode. What the heck?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Really? Oh my god.
Yeah. I was just reading a post about that earlier. Just like Rick was talking about how like there was one specific thing where there was supposed to be thousands of tiny spiders falling out of the walls and stuff, and there was a very specific thing because spiders and children of Athena like don't mix because of Greek mythology, and they took that completely out because they couldn't figure out a way to do that with CGI that was cheap enough, and they went with some more practical effects for a different type of scene, a different episode there. And I like how the episode turned out. I think it would, like, when it comes down to it, I do think it's good storytelling, and it's remaining faithful to the themes of the series. It's remaining faithful to the plot lines. It's just these encounters and episodic things are changing a little bit, not crazy, but it's just they're changing some of the nature of some of these things.
Cool. I really don't. Besides my experience with that horrible first film, The Lightning Thief, I don't have a good feel for like what the series is trying to do overall. And I think I might give this a try with my wife. Like when we find something that we enjoy watching, it's really fun for us. Like we watched the One Piece live action show this year. We love the Lord of the Rings movies, but we don't watch too many things. We tend just to not find too many things that we love like that. And this could be something for us to try. So that's exciting. I want to
go for it.
I want to give it a go.
I think the one thing that I will complain about is like the first two episodes were a bit. Why can I not think of the word? It felt like the characters were talking to the audience a little bit too much, almost with like telling you, not info dumping. There's another word for it that starts with an E that I always forget.
Exposition.
Yeah, it's a little bit exposition heavy in the first two episodes, but. The more I watch, the more I see why they did that. Because some of the exposition takes place later in the book or later in the series for some of it, but it really makes sense that they're putting it forward more because of some of the changes they're making. So,
that's good. I exposition, how authors try to get across like important world building and lore things and plot things early on is interesting. I like having more info up front to help me feel like I'm grounded in this world and story. But if it's done really clunkily, I'm not a fan. I started a self pub like a few months ago. The author reached out. I wanted to give it a try, and it was this first person POV, but there was no narrative framing device. And it was like the first few chapters felt like this character is just doing an internal monologue where they're telling me about like this setting and the world, but they're not talking to anyone. These weren't like natural thoughts that they would be having. And it took me out of the story so much, and I just hated this style of exposition. Like framing devices go a long way for me, whether it's the one in Sun Eater or in Fitz stories in Realm of the Underlings. But man, I feel like I need a reason for the exposition, and Dungeon Crawler Carl actually does a lot of exposition. But Carl is someone who's getting thrown into this kind of video game environment, and he, as the character, has to be told like the rules of the game as we go. And so there's really good in-story reasons why we're getting exposition dumps, and you're learning about the situation along with Carl. But it was felt so different from the Crystal Gunslinger, where like there is no reason for this POV character to be like having all these thoughts, and it's basically like as if he knows he's a character in a book and is speaking to the reader. But I really don't like that at all. And man, I've had some bad luck with stories where I just go in with like very few expectations, where like no one I know has read them or like been a filter for me, and I just try it out. And my TBR is so long with stuff that I feel really confident with that I'm not too experimental these days. I know you went just crazy with experimenting with not very widely read stuff because of the Spiffbo judging.
Yeah.
So like, how did you end up liking that experience of doing all those books that maybe like weren't gonna become like, you know, a top book or series for you?
It's refreshing to a certain, like it helps with the mood reading a little bit, because it's forcing me to do something different and new. I really like just like that shock of just random stuff in the middle of the year with that. I really appreciate the experience. It's helping me grow as a reader too, and like with the competition, just kind of like how like I do read some of those a little bit differently, because I am judging them for a competition, or just trying to figure out which one I should recommend to Bookborn for as a semifinalist. But it's also interesting to read something that hasn't been that known before, that may not have had that much publicity before, and try to think about, hey, who would like this? Because that's really like, I think a lot of like reading self-published for me is trying to figure out, okay, who needs to read this, who should read this, who might like this. Whereas with traditional publishing, it's like I don't feel the need to do that, because they already have their whatever. Unless it's something like LPQ, where it's just like, hey, let's everybody absolutely needs to read this, because this is amazing. Whereas with self-publishing, there are some books that are like that, where like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing, I need more people to read this. But sometimes it's like, hey, this might not have actually worked for me because of the type of reader I am. Let's think about who might really like this, because
that's great that you were taking that approach and recognizing the subjectivity of it in the competition kind of format. Because I was thinking about how I picked up this Spiffbo 9 book, Becoming a Druid by Mike Moman, like earlier in the year, because a bunch of other booktubers were reading it. And I'm like, okay, let me give it a go. I love naked hardbacks, by the way. I really like reading from them. I don't love normal hardcovers with the slip jacket, and then I usually end up taking that off, and then I'm reading just like this blank cardboard thing.
I'd rather be able to show off the fun cover. Like, I feel like that about like City Last Chances and House of Open Wounds. Like, I'd love to show you this cover. But
Now this it's just painted on or printed on. So I love the. I don't know why naked hardbacks are not more of a thing in trad Like, if this is possible in printing, like, how is this not more of a thing?
Money and tradition.
Yeah, yeah. This is I love this. This is amazing. So I really like this, and I didn't love it from the very beginning. Like it's a new series, new author debut. Like, Ullman is not like historically like someone who was like writing all of his life. Like, he was just came to this like late in his life and wanted to try it out. And I think he's really interesting and definitely appeals to me. But it took me a little while to get going with this. And by like the middle toward the end, I was really vibing with it, and then enjoyed the other two books. And I think the Spiffbo judge that like just discarded this one, I read their blog post about it, and it honestly seemed like they just read the first chapter, which I think is like the weakest part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that they're making these grand pronouncements about like the quality of the story and the plot and the main character by just this like action heavy first chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And like I felt like they had, even in just interpreting the first chapter, I think they just like misread some things and were not kind to this at all. And we're not really going out of their way to do what you were talking about, which is like envision who might like this. I don't think they read enough of it to do that, though, honestly. But man, that's the downside of this competition. It's like it might like I like that it casts a wide net for 300 books, and that's not even getting in everyone that wants to put their book in.
Yeah,
but
considering how quickly it filled up.
But it might be too much, and like, you know, I don't like the idea of these books like getting discarded if they're barely even read at all, or like the person who judges also did not seem like in general like they were interested in this kind of story, this kind of like older school quest fantasy, and you know, this kind of POV. Like, they were just not the target audience for this book, and they were just happened to be the one assigned to it. The randomness of it, of like most of these books getting just read and judged by one person. I don't love the randomness of it. Yet I do like the idea of we bring these 300 books that people do like read a bunch of them, and we try to give like the general fantasy reading public like like a bunch of semifinalists and finalists to try out. I like the general idea, but in practice, like there's some wonky stuff that goes on with that.
Yeah, it's tricky. So like on one hand you have Bye, Anitha. You have the simplicity that is Spiffbo, right? And it gets a little bit more complex every year, but not on purpose, right? Because you get like, it started out with only 10 judges, and now you have people that have like sub judges, like Bookborn, and I think a few other people have that as well, which I think is great because it gives the opportunity for more books to be read by somebody who might like to read them. But on the other hand, you have something that is so complicated like SBFC, the sci-fi equivalent. I'll be honest, I haven't heard good things about that experience.
How is that run? Is that run differently then?
It's extremely complicated. So I heard some crazy thing about everybody reads at least like the first 10% of all of their books and then hands them off to somebody else or something. Like, I don't know. It just was really weird and required some weird rigid reading pattern over the months that I was like, that's way too complicated.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I don't love the idea of ever like judging books by just like the first bit, or like, because
they weren't in the end. It was like, read the first 10%, multiple people, like the intention was A, you don't DNF every book after the first 10%, and B, every book gets read by at least 2 people, I think.
Yeah. Okay, those intentions seem to be good, but how they
execution, it was ridiculously complicated. And he's probably gonna, cut down on the complexity for next year, which is nice. So we'll see what happens there and see if he can get off the ground a little bit better with that, because I think having a sci-fi equivalent is really nice. But like
Lawrence isn't running that too, is he?
No, it's a completely different guy.
Okay.
Lawrence has enough on his hands with just one.
Yeah.
I mean, with like everything, like the AI controversy, I think it was with Bob the Wizard and some other stuff. Like, it's very interesting. But I think both the people that are running these these competitions are doing their best, and they have the best of intentions. And I hope that they continue doing these things.
I have not read the Judas Blossom. I have not yet read any Stephen Arion. I have
Neither have I.
The Coward on the shelf ready, and I got the Judas Blossom actually on Book Outlet, and so I want to give him a try. But is that historical fantasy? Is it historical fiction? I don't know what that is.
I think it's historical fantasy.
Okay.
I've heard good things about Judas Blossom, and I want to read it. I have a copy sitting around here somewhere, but Are you into
histfic at all? Straight histfic? Because I do have the Khan Iggulden Genghis Khan series with my channel name. I should really give that a go.
Right? Yeah. I histfic is harder for me to get into. I think there has to be specific people or specific things that I hear about it to push me into it. Like people have asked me if I'm going to read Shogun or anything else that Alan and the rest of the gang happens to be reading.
Sharp, yeah.
Like I think there's a part of me that wants to, but also like they're not high enough on the list yet. Sometimes they do, like for instance, the Cicero trilogy. That pops up high enough on the list because people are reading it and people are saying things that like, why the heck aren't you reading this? And some other stuff that are like, I will definitely read that. And I was right about the Cicero trilogy. I really like it. So
now when you're reading, I'm just curious because we haven't chatted about audiobooking, but do you audiobook at all, or are you mostly print?
I am solely physical. I don't do it is a rare day that I do electronic. And I have listened to like one audiobook in my life. Part of that stems from my hey, I don't like Amazon. My just want to give Amazon as little money as possible.
Yeah.
So that's part of what stems that. And also like the same is with TV shows. When I'm reading a book electronically, my attention span is so much less than if I'm reading a physical book.
Yeah. Every time I've tried to read on my phone, or even recently when I got a Kindle for the first time, it goes worse than when I have the print book. Yeah.
It's for me, it's like the tactile feel of it and stuff. I do occasionally try it, or I force myself through it, and try to do it like I did that with. I read an arc of Bloodstones by Tori Tekken, and I had to do that, electronically, and it was fine. Like, I think I am working on making sure that the electronic medium doesn't affect how I review or how I think about the book.
Yeah,
because there is a definite just like struggle to read the book
if
it's electronic.
Yeah, I'm with you. I get so much, I feel like this kind of visceral pleasure and fulfillment from holding the book and from turning pages and just like knowing exactly where I am in the book.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I hate like that I'm just in this like on the same screen no matter how many pages I flip. Like I never feel like I'm actually making progress if I'm flipping on my phone or the Kindle.
I don't care if there's a percentage bar. Like there's something unique about being able to say, hi, I just read 50 pages.
Yeah.
And you have that vague, like, this is how far I'm in. That's so much more satisfying than a progress bar, even though it's the same thing.
Oh, I'm right with you. I love just even the smells of like this one's a little older. It has a little bit of a musty smell, or the newly printed ones. I love getting a newly printed book, and the smell of that one is also just so comforting. Getting
a book from Barnes and Noble in itself is a unique experience because you get that blend of book and coffee in there. That's just so nice.
Yes, I recently was walking around Barnes and Noble, and on like one of those winter break days off that I had around New Year's, and I got a latte, and I was walking around browsing, like sipping coffee and browsing the shelves. It was wonderful. Yes. And that's actually where I picked up. I already had the first two Dandelion books, but then I picked up book 3. They just randomly had like book 3 there that I needed. So and this one too that got a new release in
paperback finally. Yeah.
So man, I loved browsing in Barnes and Noble. I love to like browsing any bookstore, but
Mhm.
yeah, fun being in Barnes and Noble, and also like little independent shops or used bookstores.
Yeah.
Their bookstores are my happy place. I will seek them
Oh
out
yeah.
wherever I am in the
Same.
world.
Yeah. If I'm going on a road trip, you better you bet your bottom dollar that I'm stopping at least one bookstore on the way.
Oh yeah. That
Oh
my
wait,
wife's not as enthusiastic about that, so she'll sometimes stay in the car, and I'll go in and be on a timer and be like furiously browsing.
gotta find like a small town downtown area with a bookstore in it, and then you're good.
Yeah. Oh,
Find a
totally.
little coffee
Um,
shop or something nearby.
there was a comment up here. Have you read all the first Law books?
Nope, I have not even read one.
How? Oh, really? Oh,
Yep.
wow.
That's another
Okay,
one
so
of the ones where
yeah.
it's like it's sitting there in the back of my mind, and I want to read it eventually, but like I think it'll probably take somebody near to me being like, "All right, let's buddy read it, bro," to eventually get it there.
Oh, yeah. I do think those will likely be a hit with you. He started doing something in the Heroes that when I first encountered it, so he later in the Age of Manus trilogy, he has a bunch of chapters throughout the books labeled like little people, and they're just like POV hopping chapters where we're not with like the normal like protagonist main POVs. We're just with like a random citizen, and then like it'll be like during a dramatic scene most likely, and then he'll just like head hop to different people.
Okay, so it's like interlude not interlude chapters per se.
Yeah. And he'll do really cool sometimes. Like he first did it in the Heroes, and when I first encountered this kind of like chapter structure during a battle scene, I was like ascending into another plane of existence. Like I loved it so much in the Heroes, and the way it happened was like, and it's not too much of a spoiler to give away the structure because it's so fun. Like,
yeah,
but like someone will die, like you'll be in this person's POV, like they die, and it switches to like the person that killed them, and then it like will switch to
that's
like
awesome,
and it just keeps on switching, and it's this chaotic battle scene, and this kind of became like a signature thing that he started to do like in all of the later books, and they're all spectacular, amazing chapters, and I love that he kept on doing it, and just became kind of a signature Abercrombie thing.
So this is another opportunity to plug the City of Last Chances, because Tchaikovsky does what they're called mosaic chapters. They're labeled mosaic, and he does this exact same thing. Like if there's something's going on, a lot of the times in these two books for City of Last Chances, I think it's called like Petty Tyrants series or whatever, something Tyrants, Tyrant Philosophers. That's what the series title is.
Ooh, that's a great title,
I think. But
I think that sounds right.
yeah, he'll a lot of times it'll be the eve of battle type of deal. That's when those mosaic chapters tend to pop up, because it gets kind of like that pre-battle or pre-event anxiety going. Like he's kind of showing you like how everybody's doing right before everything happens, and then he hits you with some gut punches and things happen, and you're like, oh my gosh, why do you do this to me, Adrian? Come on, man.
Oh man, I gotta read that. I want to read that so badly. That sounds so good. McScarfield's asking. So McScarfield is like a historical scholar and reads a lot of historical fiction.
Nice.
I have read one Chabon book, The Mysteries of Pittsburgh, like one of his earlier ones, and didn't love it. I think that's Chabon. And I haven't felt really compelled to try another one, but like I don't see, this is where the scholar McScarfield comes in. I don't know what the Khazar Khaganate is. That he's where is that, and when is that?
This is not a fantasy word. What?
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I know everyone loves the Adventures of Cavalier and Clay, but I know that's just like real world setting. It just does not have that appeal to me that SFF does these days.
Yeah, definitely really depends.
So hold on. So you haven't read First Law. Some of the others that I think
am
could
excited
be big
for
hits
Age of Madness though, because a lot of the stuff that I've heard about Age of Madness really piqued my interest.
Oh yeah, just a very clearly inspired by like French Revolution and doing social satire on that. But the overarching like epic fantasy plot though that starts in Blade itself and like culminates there, so good. And just like the generational storytelling he's doing, amazing. And tying in like the middle standalones too. Just I hope he returns there, because I love First Law. Like I recently read the new like tiny book of short stories he released, and just being back with his writing in the First Law world was so thrilling for me. Like he's so clever. The writing's filled with such voice and intelligent wit. Like there's nothing else like it that I've read. So I want him to do more. But he's doing something else now, so I'll check that out, whatever he comes out with. But I do think you will like First Law. What about Sun Eater? Have you dived in there yet?
Nope. And it's getting even more popular. So why would I read it, right? It's the Alan bug of it's becoming more popular. Why should I read this?
Do you have a little of that hipster bug?
A little bit occasionally. And then I think the way to overcome it is when like close friends are like, "Hey, I'm reading this because I want to read this. You should read this too." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. That works."
There's no rush to get on it now because he's writing the final book. So like the perfect time to read it will probably be like next year, leading up to the final book release. But man, it was fun for me to feel like a hipster, because I've read so many like hugely popular series over the last 5 years. Like it was fun for me. I discovered it through Mike's book reviews, and he was the only one talking about it. And I wasn't really enthusiastic to pick it up, but I eventually tried it and fell in love. Like truly just fell in love with the books and the writing and the main POV. And like it was this best kept secret kind of thing, like Shadows of the App still is. But just like it felt cool to have found like be in this little cabal of people who knew about like the best thing that's ever been written in like modern sci-fi. like clearly. And it's like there's no reason it doesn't have the readership of Rothfuss or like people who love Dune or Name of the Wind. It's like this is one of the most popular types of selling books in like SFF, and he's like in the same kind of like genre space. Like I feel like most people that would love like a lot of what's popular would also love Sun Eater. So I was just like wondering if this would ever blow up, and finally seeing Petrick, Matt's book reviews, Daniel Green finally read it. It's like, okay, I think he's gonna find his readership finally now.
Finally, when the popular ones are reading it, everybody is. Here comes everybody else.
But it's great because he deserves it. I read the first book and knew that he was kind of had written it when he was in college. Yeah, and he's just like this, like he studied history in college and was like always wanted to be a writer, and like found an agent and got it placed with like Daw like right out of college. And I could not believe that was like written by someone that young. Like it felt written by like an old soul, like just someone with towering like intellect and body of like knowledge, and just the prose was so elegant. But man, I when I read Empire of Silence and knew like how young he was when he wrote it, like I thought that this is like a writing prodigy, like that this is like a once in a many generation type of a person who is just a genius in their field, and like it blossoms much younger than average, and he's just been continuing to kill it. Like where it goes in book 2, Howling Dark and Demon in White, and then the depths of despair and Kingdoms of Death, and then like continuing on Ashes Man, like it is a staggering achievement for modern sci fantasy. Just amazing.
Yeah. One of these days I will get to it. I need to put it on the you need to read this faster list.
So this is the Khazar Khaganate, modern day Ukraine, a Turkic Khaganate which converted to Judaism as a counter to Christian Byzantium and the Muslim Abbasid Caliphate. All right. Yeah, lots of
in relation to sailing to Sarantium, aka Byzantium. How far away from that would be the fall of Constantinople would be my question.
Yeah. When are you talking about, Miss Garfield? Are you really talking about modern day Ukraine?
So it takes place in modern day Ukraine, is what he's saying.
Oh, I guess, yeah. No, I did see the Broken Binding. I actually already ordered it, Sleep the Dark, because I want to get like a whole shelf of Shadows of the Apt hardbacks with that
Nice.
black matching set. It's very sharp. I know you are a partisan, I think, of the older
I am
covers,
the OG
right?
Warhammer-esque covers. Like, I want all of them that way, and I will never have it, and I will never not be salty about it.
No, they have a lot of personality.
Yeah, they're amazing. I want, like, the fact that the Air War was never done in that style of cover is such a injustice.
Yeah,
I think that they could have done some really, really cool stuff with, like, specifically with Air War for that cover.
and there are no old hardcover versions of Shadows of the Apt, right? Like they never did hardcovers. Yeah, okay, I thought so.
I don't think there are. I think there might be some of the weird covers that you and I like looked at and we're like, eh. Also, as another video that we should do a tier ranking of all of the Shadows of the Apt covers.
Yes,
because there are so many.
We need to do that. Okay, McScarfield says 8th to 9th century. Okay, that makes more sense.
Sort of. I am still working on building a structure within my brain.
Schema.
Schema in my brain for when everything happens.
Yeah. Did you read the Sarantine Mosaic? So I have not read any GGK.
So I read Brightness long ago, which is not part of the Sarantine Mosaic, last month, because Evie and Jake and Kyle randomly were like, hey, we're doing this. And I was like, I'm going to cut in on this because I asked Jake, Jake Bishop, what was the most non-normie but like not weird place to start with GGK? And he was like, Brightness long ago. So I ordered that, waiting for the opportune time. And then lo and behold, Evie's reading it. So I'm like, I'm butting in on this buddy read. And then we are reading Sailing to Sarantum as a buddy read right now.
Were you a fan of Brightness long ago?
Yeah, I really liked it.
Oh yeah.
Because like
nice.
I was going to read Tigana, and then I think Alliance of Al Rasan was the other place that I've heard was a good starting point. And I also heard there was weird sex stuff in those two of those, and I was just not. That just turned me off from it.
Yeah.
And because sometimes when I hear that, I'm just like, this doesn't make me excited because I know I'm probably just gonna skip it anyways. But the fact that it's there, it makes me uncomfortable a little bit. So I'm just it just like puts a damper on my excitement. So.
Well, glad you liked it. I need to get hyped because I'm in a buddy read for Song for Our Bone, my first GGK for next month. So I have a whole shelf in the closet full of GGK books ready to go.
Ready to just read all of them. I am three chapters into Sailing to Sarantium right now. I need to get, once I finish Lustrum, I'm going to knock out a few more chapters of that. Maybe even finish it before I go on to Dictator, but we'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling. Oh, hey, speaking of GGK,
we got Read by Kyle in the house.
Where's that Jake Bishop too?
So I need more FOMO in my life. But I would kind of enjoy more FOMO from you. So more hipster standalones or series that are off the main radar that I should try. So we have Machineries of Empire.
Yes.
I enjoyed my one KJ Parker. No, I've read two KJ Parker books I've liked. The little Purple and Black novella and 16 Ways to Defend a Walled City. Okay. I want to read like everything he's written, but I know you've been reading a lot.
Yeah. So basically, you like First Law. You like people, just everybody being terrible, right?
Sometimes I do. Yeah.
Okay. Go read the Folding Knife, The Company. And then
I have those two ready to go.
Yeah, go for it. Like they're just full of people just being terrible. Like especially The Company. It's just a bunch of like dudes that are all terrible to each other and have a toxic friendship, just going to live on an island together. And also they like they're like, oh, we need wives, so let's just pick up some women and grab some women.
The whole premise of that book is so interesting to me. I really want to try.
It's so funny. So, like they were all in a specific type of unit together in the war, and all of them get out except one, and he decides to scam the government out of an island so he can live on it with his buddies. It's ridiculous.
No, it sounds amazing. And Chatty, for Song for Our Bone, I think John Minton at Talking Story is running that read along, so we'll probably do a discussion on it, I think, on his channel. Heidi's asking Scarfield's about probably historical fiction series that I don't know about. Kyle doesn't think I will like Machineries of Empire.
So
Machineries of Empire. Like a lot of sci-fi though.
I think so. With it, I think, Kyle, I need you to elaborate. I need you to elaborate on why, because I need to figure out how to recommend Machineries of Empire more. Because like, one, it's short and it's great. It's like 200 to 300, like 300 pages are all of the books. So it's not that like huge of an investment. It's not. I am an accountant, but I am not a math nerd. All right, and I enjoyed it. All right, it is not mostly math equations. I can confirm, as the person who lets Excel do all of my math. Book one was my favorite, right? I think after that, the character stuff kind of goes off the rails in an interesting way. But book one, especially with how
interesting. It's abstract. Okay.
Yeah.
I tend maybe to not love that as much as more concrete. Like Solaris, I've read is a fairly abstract sci-fi classic, and I liked it okay, but didn't love it. Tended to like, I think, more concrete stuff more.
To me, the world building was very tight. And again, it's another example of like Malazion, where it doesn't really hold your hand, but you can really if you're really just like think about what like he's saying, like you can figure out what's going on pretty easily. That sounds so freaking general. So in terms of like how, like, he doesn't describe a lot of like whether it's the ships or anything like that, or like he'll talk about weapons and he might talk about what they do or what happens, and you kind of got to figure it out, like what is actually happening with those things. And you can and from context you can pick it up pretty well, but it's very much very light on the hand holding, but it's also like super tight, and it's also
definitely worth a try.
It's also one of the best examples I have of in-world humor used as world building.
Ooh,
it's just, I didn't like go into it expecting to learn a lot about the world from people talking about just people following orders and going to kill themselves because people told them to, but okay, that's a joke.
Oh no, you have me intrigued. This is Yoon Ha Lee, right? Is the author?
Yeah.
Is it a trilogy or is it longer?
It's a trilogy, but there's a book of short stories that has a short story in it that is necessary for conclusion in my
okay.
So, and the weird thing, that book of short stories is really weird, because some of it contains like basically what reads like fan fiction of the series written by the author. It's really weird.
Wow.
Like there's an entire short story that's just, it's like that stuff that's non-canon, but it's like these two characters get together, and
that's by the author. That's interesting. So I love the Three Body Problem trilogy by Cixin Liu, but like he endorsed this fan fiction sequel by an actual fan, and it's been published, but I have not reached for that. Like, I don't want canon, non-canon fan fiction by an actual fan.
But fan fiction by the author is just like a completely different, like, wait, what? You're telling me this is, I mean, you can tell it's not canon, but like, I don't know. Some of the stuff, like, he has a lot of like forewords to the short stories, which is useful, but there's one short story that is, I think, crucial to the ending of the series. Like, otherwise I think there'd be a little bit unsatisfying threads kind of like left open.
That's good to know. I don't know how I feel yet about all, working in short stories. Like, sometimes they really work for me, and like the Expanse short stories, and like
It's like the one thing I haven't gotten to, like
like
between Shadows of the Apt and the Expanse. It's like, hi, there's an
yeah,
entire book
Shadows of
short
the Apt.
stories waiting.
There's a lot of them in Shadows of the Apt. Like it's a lot. There's 4 books worth of short stories. I've gotten through. So the first one really would have been better for you to read mostly like before Heirs of the Blade, since there's tie-ins to that
I
like
really
help
wish
you.
I
Yeah,
had, honestly,
they help
because
you know some of the characters up there in the Commonweal. Like they like you have much more context for them. But I'm so curious because there's the 4th collection is mostly written by other authors,
Mhm.
and I'm like really just interested in what that's like. Other
Yeah.
authors writing apt short stories. But apparently in the 3rd one, there's some pretty important like world building and lore stuff that gets tied together with and relates to his other Echoes of the Fall series too. So
Oh, interesting.
I wanna get to that, and eventually the Echoes of the Fall.
Yeah,
like
eventually.
Echoes of the Fall trilogy is like that's the one I hear like the least about of all of his series, I think.
Oh, thank you for
Just-
reminding me about this. I need to make sure I have that on my TBR for this year somewhere. What is it?
I forget the names of those books.
Tiger
and the Wolf, something like Serpent.
Bear and the Serpent. Yeah, Bear and the Serpent,
Yeah.
and Hyena and the Hawk.
Have you done Dogs of War and Barehead too?
Not yet. That's this year.
Oh, yeah, those are such a delectable little duology.
Yeah, I was seeing you guys in, what was it, Sarah's Discord talking
Yeah,
about that?
yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh, I need to read these. So I'm probably going to play around with the order. But if you at any point this year decide to pick up Echoes of the Fall, let me know and I will probably switch things around.
I do. I want to just make sure I'm continuing to hit Tchaikovsky's backlist so that I can eventually catch up to his new releases.
Yeah. So I'm trying to do at least one Tchaikovsky book a month. So I have Final Architecture for the first 3 months. And after that, I'm like completely flexible. So
Mindlin liked Echoes of the Fall a little more than the first 4 app books. Love it.
I remember reading the first few pages of the first Tiger and the Wolf at some point in the last few years, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting."
Oh, Chatty, you read the whole trilogy? So yeah, I think it takes place in the same universe.
It's the same world, but they're like, from what I heard, they're different continents, and Kindon show up in like the 3rd book. ?
Okay, same planet. Cool. I love it. Love it.
Yeah. Though of course there are also other things. It's really interesting because sometimes you can actually get like references to other books and stuff in some of his other stuff as well. Looking at you.
I gotta go through his standalones like Guns of the Dawn and Cage of Souls, Doors of Eden. It's too many.
Yep.
There's too many.
I have them all sitting on my TBR. Just sitting here waiting.
And the deep cuts like Spiderlight and
Redemption's Blade is
yes. Okay. Right yes, now. I have that too. No, I wanna read it all. And he's currently on a 19 for 19 streak of me liking or loving the books.
Yeah.
And I want to see how far that can go.
Yeah, I don't think I've read anything by him that I haven't liked. He's like one of those guys that like you read a lot of his books and then you're like, wait, is he one of my favorite authors now? I guess so. I've read so much of him and I've liked what I've read. Like I had issues with some of the Shadows of the App books, but like I still liked them.
Yeah.
Like they were still really good.
Yeah. Like Blood of the Mantis to me, that one I didn't love, but still like I don't think I gave any of them lower than 4 stars. Where 4 stars, like when I'm generally liking the book and engaged with it, maybe wasn't as hooked as I would want to be if I just loved it. But yeah, I think I gave all of those 5 and 4 stars. A lot of 5 stars for Apt.
Yeah. Basically, Kyle, it's like, wait, wow, this is, wait, what? One of my favorite books of this year? Wow. Wait, I really like this Bugman. Bugman, you do good.
I was thinking the streak was going to end this past year with the new release novella. Oh, what was it called? And Put Away Childish Things.
Yeah.
And I was reading an e-arc of it, and so that was already like I didn't have a paper copy that was Strike Against It or audio. And I was not loving the beginning. It was like set during like in modern day England, and so I just wasn't loving the beginning, and I was worried it was going to be the first like Tchaikovsky story I didn't like, and then kind of like the second half, I got so invested and hooked, and it drastically changed into like a different type of story, and I got really invested in that. I love that one too.
I agree with Kyle here, Chadia. It's okay to be wrong, but at the same time, switching out of the other mode, I completely understand that if people bounce off of City Last Chances, because it's just weird. Like, it's every chapter is a new POV for a significant portion of the book, and then you have the mosaic chapters, and like I feel like if somebody was to read House of Open Wounds first, because House of Open Wounds follows one of the characters from City Last Chances, and it's a much more focused story. Oh. Instead of one city, it's about one tent in an army. That
sounds so good.
Yeah, it's like literally there's chapters titled Hell, multiple chapters titled Hell, because it's about the hell of being in the army and being in this. It's not about being in the army, it's about being they're an experimental hospital unit. So you have the first chapter was really funny because it is this absolutely bloody, gory thing in the middle of a battle, and there are so many food references. And also I was ordering food and getting ready to eat a burger as I was reading this, which was wild. Read by Kyle, this is accurate, because one thing that I was watching an interview, and like after I was reading House of Open Wounds, I'm like, yeah, this is true. The darker Tchaikovsky goes, the funnier he gets. Like he starts seeding in all these little like random sassy comments and other things, like of like, this can't be dark, this can't be this dark, I have to make it funny a little bit or something.
Oh, nice. That it got that way a little bit in and Put Away Childish Things, and
yeah,
it was like the POV was this middle-aged like D-list like actor celebrity who worked on this like as a host on a TV show that he hated, and like the humor in that was pretty biting. You might and things got pretty dark too. You might really like that.
That's good. I'm excited for that one.
Hey Amanda. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, we got the matching flannel.
And I would say there's I don't know enough about Tchaikovsky's sci-fi to tell you that.
I would definitely say Dogs of War. If you're scared of sci-fi, Dogs of War has to be one of the most accessible sci-fi books I could imagine. It's set like on Earth, near future. Like there's not a lot of like world building that you have to wrap your mind around. Like you can understand the setting and the context, but getting situated into it's very easy. And the main character, the bio-enhanced dog Rex, is just such an incredible protagonist to be inside like his mind. And yeah, that is an easy one I think to get into for sci-fi.
Good to know. Yeah, all I've heard is Rex is a good boy.
Walking to Aldebaran is the funniest Tchaikovsky, I think. I have not read that one.
I haven't even heard of that one, which is the wildness of him.
He has a bunch of little novellas that he wrote early on in his publishing, like Made Things is another one, and Expert Systems Brother. Like there's a bunch I need to get to.
Yeah, I actually just got those for Christmas, the Expert Systems Brother and Expert Systems Champion. So
nice.
Those are
Andy Weir's about all I can handle outside of YA. Oh, if you can handle The Martian and Project Hail Mary, then Dogs of War shouldn't be too much of a stretch at all. Rex is a good boy, Kyle. Such a good boy. Just a memorable protagonist. And Childhood's End. I do have that. I think that's Arthur C. Clarke. I gotta give it a read.
I think
I'm woefully behind on my 20th century sci-fi greats. I've read the
for
Foundation
sure.
series and didn't ever love it. That was before I really knew much about
Mhm.
the genre and lots of other authors, but always growing up I had heard Asimov's name and Foundation, and so
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's a pillar of modern sci-fi, and then and never loved it. Have you ever tried that or know what the premise is of
No,
that?
I know some of like the premises. I've read the iRobot short story collection though, and that was actually really good.
Ah, yes, I should have probably done the robot books instead of
Mhm.
Foundation. I don't think like people call it like ideas based sci-fi or like Foundation, like, oh, the interesting
Mhm.
ideas. Like, I think the whole idea behind it is like really not interesting at all. like like
Why would we want to do
it's
this?
it's the whole deal with the series. The thing that's underpinning this is the idea of this genius scholar Harry Seldon comes up with the field of psychohistory, and he can analyze like the history of humanity and conflict and sociology and institutions and psychology. He can analyze our history so much that he can see like how everything is situated in the present day and then predict accurately like
What's going
what
to happen?
world events are
So
like
it's
and how
basically
humanity's going to evolve.
it's Dune again.
But
It's
it's not, yeah, there's no like supernatural aspect to this though. There's
I,
like no
Dune is all drugs. What are you talking about? Supernatural?
there's no like, yeah, there's no mind altering aspect to it at all. Like he's just using his intellect. And I like, even if this were possible, which I don't think it's even remotely possible for him to have been able to be accurate beyond like a year, and
Mhm.
like the butterfly effects of all little things that happen in like a planet and even more than a single planet, like things would go awry on his predictions and his plans like much faster than Asimov like like
Predicts. But like
depicts in the series.
it's one of those like utopian almost ideal explorations. Because we
But
all know that
yeah,
any utopian society will not work because people are crap. I mean, well, at least that's how I look at it. But at least on any scale, right? But it's nice to think about.
but he doesn't go anywhere interesting with it. Like there's this, he Selden founds this group, the Foundation, which holds his knowledge of his predictions, and then they have to like remain secret or else they get sort of like, there's nothing about the overarching ideas or plot which I actually found compelling that made me think about the world differently, that actually
Mm-hmm.
made like the individual book plots that interesting.
Yeah,
And the characters are really not compelling throughout that series. um Man,
that's what I've
it's,
heard.
yeah, there's very little going on there that I would recommend for the Foundation series, but I did like the standalone of his The Gods Themselves a little more. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
I haven't done too much like older sci-fi besides that and Solaris and Rendezvous with Rama, which I did like, but
Mm-hmm.
haven't continued in that series.
Yeah. I think Max Garfield has a really good, really interesting point. And this makes a lot of sense from what we were just talking about.
Hmm.
It also makes a lot of sense with how the series evolved because I've read through like halfway through God Emperor, and that like especially when you think about like the what Dune Messiah does, I think that really makes sense
Oh,
because
that's
Dune is one of those books where it's like um well basically Herbert think that people didn't get what he was trying to say with Dune, so he had to write Dune Messiah, and then he just kept writing because I don't know if he kept thinking people weren't getting what he's saying.
Is that the case? I've heard Rakio say that Herbert himself kind of didn't set up where things went in
Oh, for sure.
in book one of Dune, and that he actually changed the kind of thematic messaging, or
Um,
like, or do you think he actually
from
was
Dune to
thinking
Dune
about that?
Messiah? No, he was. I think that he absolutely was trying to say something very specific with Dune, and that he did it too subtly for people to actually get what he was saying, and then he kind of tried to finish the message with Dune Messiah.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. Beyond that, I have no idea what he's trying to do. God Emperor is weird. Just
Wait,
really weird.
is that the fifth one? What's the third
Fourth one.
one? Oh, the fourth one.
Third one is Children of Dune. Children of Dune was really good to me. And then God Emperor went weird ways, and I don't think I'll ever read 5 and 6 because if I do, I know 6 ends on a cliffhanger, and from there I'm gonna want to read the stuff written by his son and the other sci-fi dude that helped him. And I don't
Brian J. Anderson,
yeah, I just don't like it. Thinking about it leaves a bad taste in my mouth because how many books have they written together? Like 20 or some books in the Dune universe from a scrap of notes.
Yeah.
It started out as like a page of notes for the next book, and they're like, let's write 20 books and prequels and all this other jazz. And I'm like, this is gonna feel like a completely different series. I don't want to do that. So
that even not knowing that bit about it, like it always has seemed weird to me from the outside of like the son just capitalizing on the father's world building and story.
When you get into it, so it's really tragic. So he has one son, Brian, and he has another son. I can't remember his name. The other son was really close to him, but came out as gay, and they had a falling out. It may have been that, like, for what it looks like, it's that he didn't approve of his lifestyle, and that they parted ways because of that, and that's really sad. But the gay son was the one who was really into his work, and if there was either of the sons were to take it over, it should have been the son that he parted ways with, not Brian. So like it becomes even more of a tragedy the more you actually get into the family backstory. It's just
it's a very family melodrama type of stuff.
Yeah,
I did not know any of that. Oh, interesting. Like, it's having finally read Dune just a couple years ago before the movie came out. It's the world building is pretty intense. I'm amazed that it got as popular as it did, and just like one of the best-selling sci-fi books of all time. Like, credit to the reading public for going for something
for selecting
a little tough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But then again, I guess there's a difference between like people trying something for the first time. Like, once there's some amount of buzz about something, it doesn't take much for people like pay to try it out, and then doesn't necessarily mean that they stuck with it or that they actually read it. Maybe they just have it on the shelf.
I would love to talk to a publisher from back in the day about like how it was different then than it is now, especially for something like Dune. Like I've been listening to some publishing podcasts about, or basically one.
The Publishing Radio?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I've listened to basically that whole thing recently too.
I'm not like done with it. I think I'm like 15 or 16 episodes in. Yeah. But it's really interesting to look into that world, and I probably could find other publishing podcasts to listen to after that, just because it is really interesting to look into that world and how, whether it's pay to play or whatever it is, or how luck based it is, basically.
Because like the Book Eaters became a big seller not because of the quality of the book, but just because of like the buzz, like, and the way the publisher went out of their way to get like arcs out, physical arcs, and like get it placed in one of those, whatever they call them in England, the book
boxes.
Book boxes. Like, get it placed in one of those, and then like the amazing cover art, like the title, like hitting this like the market like at the right time for this book, and like just so many things came together. But like that book sold mostly because people like were interested in the buzz and like the idea of the book, not because like they necessarily were gonna love it or that it was a great book. Like it did great like immediately, just like a big movie that does great because of the marketing campaign like in the beginning. But then some movies just like fall off if they don't have good word of mouth, and others though can really build up more of a following with word of mouth. But like I haven't heard much about that book in terms of like people actually loving it or recommending it. But
nope, I've heard basically nothing about it. And then
and Kyle, read by Kyle, did read it and like had issues and thought it was just okay. But
Oh
like,
yeah, I basically knowing what she has said about it on the podcast and knowing the marketing and hearing about the marketing behind it, I could tell you it wasn't going to be a Kyle book.
yeah, and
It's really
it's
weird.
yeah, and so it's so interesting, like the success of a lot of these books, and especially with new debut authors, like
Mhm.
so much around luck and randomness and their marketing that they do or the publisher does. Like
Mhm.
hearing that Tor refused to create physical arcs for Drakeford's
Or that
book.
they straight up lied to him and said, "We're not doing
Yeah,
arcs anymore." It's like that's literally one of the most proven methods to get people interested
yeah,
in your book is trying to send out arcs to the right people that might like the
yeah.
book.
Like I
Or
think the first binding became a like publishing success because
the
they
first.
sent out a physical arc to Petrick, who loved it and gave a rave review before the release date. And like if you get a review like that from someone prominent in the community, like you're made. Like I remember seeing Justice of Kings,
Mm-hmm.
like a review of that one that Alan put out before. Like I think he read a physical arc of Justice
Yeah.
of Kings by Richard Swan, and like just having one person doing that, and if you have a couple who have their own kind of like followers and circles, like your book will not languish into obscurity like Rise of the Mages did. But like Rise of the Mages had none of that. I have thought I was aware of most like TradPub adult epic fantasy releases in the past 5 years, but I had no clue this book or series existed
Until
until finding the
yeah.
podcast.
And hearing that there are manual like that they do, what is it, like the quarterly catalogs that they send out to the booksellers that are like, hi, our one company has like 400 or 500 books that we're
Yeah,
selling to you, and you know that at least, you know, out of those, at least 50 of those have to be sci-fi fantasy. 50 to 100 of those have to be sci-fi fantasy. That's wild to see how much like isn't talked about like at all.
Yeah. And I haven't seen it in a Barnes and Noble. Rise of the Mages, I haven't seen it in
Nope.
like multiple Barnes and Nobles that I've been to over the past couple of years. Never seen it out in the world.
Mm-mm.
And like he was forced, hearing the way the publisher screwed him over was crazy, because he was forced to go with a generic title that wasn't his title. Rise of the Mages is a very generic title, and it's not very memorable.
I hate that title.
Yeah.
Like, if they tried to give me that title, I'd say no. Screw you.
His title that he wanted to go with was Ire, like IRE.
Yeah.
Ire. Like a one word, like malice. Like there's not a lot of titles out there like that in epic fantasy.
Why not just
like,
do Ire of the Mage? That would be better.
yes. That has a ring to it, actually.
I think Ire might be good, but it also might be kind of
like
because
Tor just wanted this book to go into their back catalog, so like they needed to fill out their publishing catalog for like that year. They just wanted like an adult fantasy generic thing. They stuck the most generic cover onto it too.
Mhm.
And man, I feel so bad for him, because he is now feeling like he has to finish out his contract, finish this trilogy that basically no one's reading.
Yeah.
And then he feels like he has to like end his whole SFF like fantasy writing career and try different genres, because he's like not broken out with his first trilogy.
But I think for him, knowing I have not having gone through all the podcasts, but like one, he's gonna make a little bit of money from the podcast, which will be nice for him. But I really hope that he's able to either go self-published or find another set of people that will help him out. Because I really think that he's building up a nice either fan base or knowledge base that'll help him out a lot in the future with everything, which will be really interesting to see where he goes from there. I'm jealous.
It's been so fascinating to
though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a great author name. Oh man, but to know that, like, yeah, I have this feeling like self-pub authors are always the underdogs, and anyone who's hit the lottery to get TradPub by one of the very few houses that do this, like, you feel like they have such an advantage. But then to hear his story, just you get a whole different side of it.
Yeah, it's not like a complete advantage, but it's still more.
Yeah,
but at the same
probably
time,
could have done.
like,
yeah,
you could have a better chance of going self-pub at hitting it big. Now, I mean,
Yeah.
not really, honestly, because the wealth of self-pub out there, but you have the if you are willing to put the effort in, you have the control. So it's a lot more based on what you do. And I feel like that would feel
Yeah.
better if you failed at it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There aren't like that many new like adult fantasy series being released like by the trad pub houses these days. Like it's just unconscionable that they did so little effort of getting the names, like getting Drakeford's books out there. Like it's brutal. Like there's only a few really like that seem like they're being released right now, like Richard Swan's series, Ed McDonald's series, which I like better than the Empire of the Wolf, the Daughter of Red Winter, like the Red Winter Chronicles.
Okay.
Alan, I saw Alan's arc review of that, and that got me to pick it up. And we're 2 books into that trilogy. I'm really liking that.
Yeah.
But and Daniel Abraham's still releasing like a new fantasy book every year.
Goodness. Oh, gosh.
But like, it doesn't feel like there's that many trad pub like ongoing fantasy series.
Ongoing adult fantasy series that aren't really tied in with this, like either YA, not necessarily YA, but like the romantasy and cozy crowd now.
Yeah. Yep. So it feels like, man, tour, like there aren't that many, that they really missed out on probably, hitting like that market with
a lot of big stuff going on. Like, right, because they got Sanderson throwing, "Hi, you have to publish 4 of my books this year or else," like, because that's what I'm doing. So or rather it was, "Oh, we don't want to publish these books. Okay, I'm gonna do it myself." And they're like, "Oh crap, we have to publish these books this year." that is the funniest thing.
Yeah. No, they had to get all those out. I feel like Tor is just living off of Sanderson and their backlist of Wheel of Time and like Steven Erikson. But
they're not been Steven
not Erikson. Been very impressed. Not been very impressed by.
They're selling mass markets from Steven Erikson. They're stupid.
Why are they not just printing money by printing new hardcovers? They could be printing millions of dollars essentially as they're printing these new hardcovers. They are just stocking up their bank accounts and coffers. Why aren't they doing that? It's nuts. But they're letting the Broken Binding profit. I wonder how that works. Yeah. But like the Broken Binding is finding huge untapped market of releasing hardbacks of fantasy books that never had them before, or
hardbacks of self-pubs.
Yeah,
which is wild.
Yeah. We need the Broken Binding or an equivalent here in the US, so I don't have to pay those shipping charges.
Nice. It's just interesting because like learning about how the UK market is so different, because there's so many like book boxes and stuff that are in the UK that are specifically like, hey, if you make it into one of these, you're set, is really interesting. What Max Garfield was saying about Dune is wild, that it was published by a repair manual company that just had a nerd. That's wild. Chadia,
that is crazy.
I don't think that the old movie helped. I think it was already popular before then, and that the old movie was like, so you have to remember there was a whole board game for Dune before the movie came out. If my memory serves me, like, one, I have the board game and it's great, really great. Like, really, if anybody needs like a really heavyweight board game, the reprint of the old Dune board game is amazing. Ooh. Political will ruin your family. Release date for the old Dune board game was originally came out in 1979. Dune movie old. 1984. Yeah, so the board game was already out in 79, and then Dune came out in 65. Okay, cool. That's the dates. So the fact that it got a board game was wild, first of all. That's a huge undertaking. And then it got expansions, which eventually, well, some of the new ones reference Brian's stuff. But like there was a rave following it back then, and then they reprinted the board game recently. And that's the copy that I have, because they like tweaked some of the rules and integrated all the expansions from back in the day into the new reprinting, and then they've introduced other DLC stuff. It's not DLC because it's a board game, but expansions into it that are really interesting. Really love that game. I recently played it for the first time and just so fun.
Ooh, I gotta check that out. I do like board games myself.
You need like four people that are ready
okay.
for heavy stuff. Like
I
four
rarely,
people that are all for it.
Oh, that's a shame. I rarely have like, game nights, or like, that's why I miss college too. Like having a bunch of people, friends, all living around where you could do stuff like that. Now everyone's spread out. It's so hard.
I'm really fortunate. I have a brother who's also really into board games, and then him and I play some stuff like Terraforming Mars and some other heavy stuff.
The movie going public is orders of magnitude bigger than the reading public. Even a movie that bombs can bring tons of sales to a book. Yeah, that I've seen clips, scenes of the David Lynch Dune, and it's wonky.
Oh, it's wild. It's so wild. It's on, if you have Max, it's on Max right now, I think. I watched it recently, and props to David Lynch for trying the whole first person thing. There is some really weird stuff and some really interesting stuff.
I should give it a real go now that I've read the book and seen the new movie to compare it. But I had a weird experience with Dune, the book. I was gifted that book in college, and this is how much my reading taste had changed. Like I was mostly reading realistic fiction and back then, and I opened up like chapter 1, and they're talking about spice, and I'm on like a weird planet that I don't know, and like it felt too overwhelming to have like non-Earth world building, and I put it down in the first chapter. And when I read it just like a couple years ago, oh, it's here, and it didn't feel like overly dense like world building at all. Like I've been in such a groove with fantasy and sci-fi. Like it felt like the pace, especially towards the beginning of Dune, is moving really quickly, and we have all these different like characters set up that are really interesting, and like I feel like it got into the plot pretty quickly. Like it wasn't overly filled with world building exposition. Man, it's just wild how much my reading tastes have changed.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really liked about the movie's changes to the book, is they actually like drew out that first bit where they were not on, when they weren't on Iraq, when they were on Caladan, I think it is, where they kind of set that up a little bit more rather than just like, hi, we're on Caladan. Oh wait, Arrakis now. So that I really like that part. But yeah.
Oh man, the fact that you are a big Dune fan, I couldn't imagine this like Sun Eater not hitting like an absolute ton of bricks in a good way. Being just
the fact
like
that I love Dune, I love Red Rising. Like I know that Sun Eater is probably going to hit for me. There might be one or two. Like I've heard some things about how self-interested the main character is, but other than that, I haven't really like heard anything that's going to make that.
So on this topic, when you're reading, I find that I try to truly empathize with the POV character, like really just inhabit their POV, essentially like live their existence. Try not to like be imposing like my own like viewpoints and beliefs onto them, like wishing they did things my way. Like if I just am happiest if I am kind of just experiencing things from their POV and just like fully empathizing by getting out of my own shoes. And so I tend not to mind when characters have traits that can be annoying, like if I were like around them in real life. But reading from their POV and you can just like live through their experience, I don't mind when characters aren't, someone I would fully approve of or want to be around, or if they would annoy me. Like, so that aspect of it, like I find Hadrian's POV just so compelling to live in. And like I hear a lot of people like, if they don't jive with the character, especially a main character POV, like that could ruin a read. But do you find that you do kind of just inhabit the character rather than like kind of viewing them from yourself or from externally?
I think for the most part I can, depending on it, especially if it's an I, it's a lot easier to do that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Red Rising is a really good example, because when I look back on Red Rising, I'm like, wow, I would not want to know Darrow in real life. He is kind of not, but he also like what you said with Hadrian, or right?
Yeah, Hadrian, and it's very similar, very serious, dramatic character. Like they're not, they can't be like laid back, casual.
Yeah,
Like everything's so intense with both of them.
yeah. So like that definitely points to more me enjoying it than anything. There are limits. Sorry, I think one thing that I'll say, I've read some like the first few pages of Empire of the Vampire, if I remember correctly, and that felt too edgelord for me, just too over the top for me.
I haven't read any Christoph yet, but I do want to try.
I've heard too many things about Christoph and some of his writing that I'm like, I don't know if I'd be a fan of this. Like some of it is like, okay, I think Christoph is not that. I don't like him as a person. He seems too much like he's a dude in his 30s trying to cringily recapture some sort of emo thing, edgy thing, and be edgy college emo kid again or something like that.
Yeah.
And this might not be correct, and Derry coming back and correct me if this is wrong. I know he's Australian and they have different, their humor translates so much different, like is so much different.
Yeah,
I've heard Derry talk about that before, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. But it's still just like some of the stuff that I've heard him write about, like it's beautiful as a fresh suicide. That particular line is like, what? I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to, probably not supposed to say that on YouTube, but like
that's
still,
not,
it's just like
that's not a line that works for me either. I'm a little worried now about Christoph. I was pretty psyched to read the Nevernight trilogy.
I apologize. Talk to Derry. Derry loves his sense of humor.
But like when Brian Staveley tried to do this kind of edgelord thing in Skullsworn, it was probably the worst reading experience of my life.
Oh my god!
And like he was writing from the POV. You haven't read Skullsworn, right?
No, and I'm not going to. I don't care.
So, did you read the full trilogy, or at least Emperor's Blades?
I read the first one, and I was like, I want to read the full trilogy because it seems so mid that I have to experience all of it. But I never got the gumption to continue.
The whole thing was just as mid as the first book. But Skullsworn is trying something completely different and just horrifyingly bad. And he was writing from the POV of Pierre from the book. I don't know if you remember Pierre, but she is part of this death cult in the world where they worship death. They are like assassins and they bring death, which is like a good thing in their cult. And like the cult's philosophy and beliefs, like they're incoherent, but Staveley's writing from Pierre's perspective as someone who was like attracted to that cult and fully bought into it. It is the weirdest thing I've ever read in my life. Just like waxing poetic about how great death is and bringing death to people.
Like I could see that either being really good or really bad, and there's going to be no in between.
Yeah, and some people love Skullsworn. Like that's another one. Yeah, like Petrick loved Skullsworn and gave it a rave review, and like I overlap with people like Petrick a lot because we read a lot of the same things. But man, like some of the things he's just like raved about have been the worst reads of my life. Like Skullsworn and the First Binding. Like some of these reads actually where the prose itself really turned me off, and rarely do I usually find issue with the prose. I'm pretty forgiving when it comes to prose. And Staveley actually and Verity are two of the ones where like I can't get immersed in the story, and I'm noticing things in the actual word choice that are annoying to me. And so I think actually for where I dislike the prose, maybe someone who is reading with English as a, not a first language, where that would actually be less of a barrier to their enjoyment, because they might just not notice certain things that, I disliked in the prose or that hit me differently. So I do find it interesting that with Staveley and Verity, I don't really have other examples. Dreams of the Dying is one which I want to read, but Petrick gave it a rave review, and that has like wildly different opinions on it too. But that's like a German kid, like a young, like a young 20-something author, I think, writing in English.
Yeah.
In his second language, which is interesting to me. I want to give that a go and see what that's like.
Mike.
Ooh, if I remember correctly, the line about beautiful as a precious was similar to saying subtle as a sledgehammer to the face.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I think it's really interesting because I was in the chat at a live for Andrew was talking to Bald Book Geek, and there was somebody who was raving about Stavely in the comments, and I was like, I'm not gonna say anything. This guy loves this man. I'm not gonna try to start a fight or anything.
This is an example of an author that I think really benefited from being released trad pub. Like if he released Emperor's Blades, like the whole Unhewn Throne stuff, like self pub, I just don't think he would have found much of a readership at all. But him having like the cachet of being like a tour epic fantasy release and like pretty nice covers, honestly, like, and like I think things just felt right. Like they could have released any author in that spot, like given him the same cover, and like no matter like and they would have done pretty well. I think like that was the power of like the publishing house.
They would have done something, right? So I don't know. Like he could have. It's entirely possible. It depends. Like again, self pub. It's like it depends on the effort of the author sometimes, and then just kind of catching on at the right moment. So it's entirely possible that it could still, like, if it had gotten to Petrick, he still probably would have loved it. So it really depends on who gets it and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting case study right there. The Chronicle of the Unhewn Throne. When I was getting really into adult fantasy, like that was a series name that got bandied around with like this of like. So when I got into Cosmere and looking at like similar stuff in epic fantasy, it was Lightbringer, Dresden Files, and like Chronicle of the Unhewn Throne. They all got thrown around as kind of like oh, these like white male authors writing like adult epic fantasy, like releasing now. But like, yeah, Stavely, I just don't understand how he, like, why did Tor choose him, and how did these get any like traction in the community at all?
I think it's easy to sell, right? Okay, you have giant ravens and a plot against the king. Like there, you can sell that book in very little words.
Oh, the children, like that's right. It has a great like
blur, like
summary, like blurb, like the king dies and now like his 3 kids have to figure out how to like deal with the fallout of that. Yeah, like that is a cool premise.
That's a really good.
A monk, a warrior, and the daughter like politician, like
we are Kyle. Yeah. It does have a really nice, and that's the thing is, the blurb did hook, like, okay, this is some interesting concepts here, and then it was just so mid. Yeah, like he didn't understand how special forces training worked. First of all, you can tell he had done no, like I felt like he had done no research on that, right? Because he was just like. He had been a private school teacher before, like a poet and like an amateur poet and a private school like history teacher. It's like, and you're gonna write about this stuff and not do. No, Kyle, I am not reading Skullsworn. I am not gonna torture myself. You spend so little time with the most interesting character, which is the daughter, whose POV felt like it was obviously slapped on because somebody said you needed more female representation.
Tacked on. Yep.
Tacked on. I wanted more of her, and there was nothing.
The Eastern themed plot line also was inspired by, like, after he left his teaching job in like a bougie private school in the Northeast. He like went on a backpacking tour through like Southeast Asia, and so like he spent a year like backpacking through Southeast Asia, and that is, I think, what inspired the whole like Eastern plot, like the Buddhist inspired stuff. The whole setting in Skullsworn is like a Southeast Asian inspired setting as well, and it just did. I've lived actually 2 years in Vietnam. I was an English teacher there for 2 years. Man, that it really, like, to me felt like tourist like inspired stuff. I don't know. It was not not great.
Kyle, you actively made me dislike this book more.
Wait, which part? The
That
actually wasn't tacked on. He said he had to cut a lot of stuff.
the fact that he had to cut a lot of the best story, the best and most interesting plot line. The book is about the king died, and we're gonna spend all of the book away from what?
Yeah, the books actually do spend much more time with her in book 2 and 3, but he doesn't go anywhere interesting with it. It's a giant fail of a plot line. Like, he just did not serve that character arc well at all.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the plot line in the first book was very, I don't know. It's just like, okay, you can decide to. The only thing you can think of what to do with her is have her fall in love with the dude, this specific dude.
Yeah, Kyle said he wanted to save her for the sequels, but we didn't have her do anything compelling in the sequels. Like, I actually, in the sequels, I wanted less Adair, to be honest. Yeah, because just not impactful. But I didn't want more Valen, because the special forces stuff was terrible, honestly.
Yeah, like, he doesn't understand. Like,
yeah,
the very premise of why special forces is hard is because, well, there's two. The first is, depending on what you're doing, it's hard now, so it's not hard later. The second is, we're going to break you down so we can build you up together.
Yeah.
And
not about pitting everyone against each other.
It is not about competition. It's about getting people to fail out because they shouldn't be there, and to build people up as a team together, because these are the people you'll be relying on for your life. It is not about not about pitting people. It is the exact opposite of pitting people against each other.
Yep.
That is just
it's brutal. It's brutal. Staveley also loves putting in, like, trials, like big capital T trials, like that organizations have their initiates go through, that like don't even make sense for the organization, or that like are dangerous for the people, like much more than they should be.
Now I expect that the final trial, capital T, for the Skullsworn is to bake a cake.
No, the Skullsworn one is the worst trial of all. The whole book is the trial to be like an initiate in the death cult, where you have to kill like 7 different people, and the 7 have to like have these different requirements. But the last requirement is you have to kill someone that you love truly.
Of course.
But who's judging this? Like, love is not something that an external observer judge from the cult can judge.
Give everybody a cat or a dog. That's all you need to do. Just get a dog and have them kill a dog. Obviously.
This is one of the lowercase t trials in the book. Yeah.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
The way that the love killing plot like culminates is one of the worst like climactic sequences I've ever read in my life, and couldn't even believe it when I was reading it. Like, that it was that bad.
I'm sorry. If you don't love anybody and you're going through this trial, you're not going to be able to love somebody, because you know that you're going to have to kill them. Like,
why does the death cult even care about love, and how are they evaluating that is my real question. That is the whole driver of the book, and it is horrible. It is, it was brutal, and everything about that read was just the worst thing I'd ever experienced. This chat's giving me pleasure.
Yeah, it was really interesting, because I was thinking about you when the person in the chat yesterday was like, yeah, the prequel is absolutely phenomenal. And I'm like, was it? I'm glad you liked it, bud.
Kyle, I love this because he thought I was exaggerating like how bad the book was for me, or how bad it could be, and then he read it and hated it, I think, even more than I did. I
remember reading the chat like in Discord when like one of you was reading it. I don't remember who, but it was in which disc? It was in Alex's Discord. You guys were talking about it.
Yeah.
What is Pete's?
Wait, Pete, while you answer this, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom very quickly.
So there's a few that kind of, oh gosh, that's a good question, Mike. It involves Dandelion Dynasty is up there. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is up there, which I don't talk about enough anymore. Yeah, I think the Dandelion Dynasty books, which I can't rank. It's hard to rank. And then Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. There's probably more. I think LPQ's up there too. See, asking me for favorites is just gonna ask me for a list. That's what it turns into. And City of Last Chances is up there as well. And I hope this isn't suffering from recency bias, but it really might. City of Last Chances is just so freaking good. Part of a pack, you have to lift extra. Exactly, Mac. Everybody agrees that Ready Player 2 is bad. It's true. I apologize.
I found this used, like almost mint condition hardback at the Strand bookstore in New York City, which is a really cool place. If you ever get a chance to go, it's the kind where like they have ladders to reach the upper shelves. I had to get on the ladder to the top shelf to grab this.
It's just sitting there.
But I have not read this. I loved Piranesi, and very much want to give her other book a try.
It's so good and so different. Like, oh my gosh, it's so different from Piranesi. Thank you, Chadia. Yeah, Kyle, I have a hard. I'll be honest. I do have a hard time evaluating past Pete because past Pete is radically different from current Pete. So I will say that actually is a very, I wouldn't say it's an accurate statement because I did read Stormlight during before BookTube and I really loved it. So I trust past Pete there. And I trust past Pete to have loved Name of the Wind as well. I think that's about it.
Chadia also recommends Jonathan Strange.
Good. I also trust past Pete to have loved Agatha Christie.
This is very true. We are always constantly changing, but we're the result of our previous self and their decisions and what we make of them now.
Dang, is Maine the place to go for signed copies then, Mike?
Why are they rare for Susanna Clark?
I have no idea.
Signed copy of Piranesi.
I don't have signed copies, but like if they're all in Maine, let's go.
Kyle is saying there's nothing past Kyle loved that current Kyle doesn't. Is this true, Kyle, about Limp Bizkit? That can't be true. Tell me that's not true.
There are definitely things that I've measured and I'm like, I like them less. Right. So I'm almost nervous to start reading Heir of the Empire, but I know the Thrawn trilogy.
Wait, what's that? Oh, that's Star Wars. Okay, I've never read a Star Wars book, but I want to try it. Would you say Thrawn? Thrawn's the way to go.
Thrawn's the way to go. I would definitely recommend the old Thrawn trilogy because I loved it so much. But again, I'm rereading it this year, so
you're a little afraid. I have that same fear that when I reread, I won't love them as much. But I've done just a little bit of rereading here and there. Like last year, I reread Temeraire and loved it just as much, if not more, the first time. What else have I reread? Oh, some of the Cosmere books, Stormlight, Mistborn. I've reread, love them, and it's great when like books have a lot of plot things and reveals that make the reread a very different actual experience and what you're noticing and dots you're able to connect. So. But yeah, have you ever had a reread where it didn't go as well as you hoped, or like you liked it less than you used to?
Mistborn actually is one of the ones where I reread the first Final Empire, and I remember and I liked it less than I did the first time. But that may have been my particular reading mood. So that the first time I tried to reread Percy Jackson, not this most recent time, but there was a time when I reread it a while back. And again, it was like very mood based, I think, where I just was like, dang, this is a lot different than I thought. And once I tempered my expectations, I think I was fine. Mostly it comes down to nervousness of just past Pete not thinking about the same things that current Pete does, or liking the same, or not necessarily liking the same things, but liking different things for different reasons.
Has this ever happened with a movie? There might be more instances of rewatching movies, but like we could can we chat about Star Wars for a bit? Because you have
Yeah,
the
sure.
Empire Strikes Back
Yeah,
right there. That's awesome. I love that.
the
I grew
comic.
up watching the first 3 movies, but I had a VCR tape. What do we call this? They have a name that I'm forgetting.
A
Like
VHS tape.
VHS, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Of Empire Strikes Back, and
Mhm.
so I rewatched that one like a bajillion times, and loved that. And then I was like at the perfect age for when the prequels were
Yeah.
released like into the theaters, where I was like
Yep.
a kid who was a big Star Wars fan, and I loved Phantom Menace and then Attack of the Clones and
Yeah. Oh
Revenge
my
of the Sith.
gosh.
Like I enjoyed the prequels a lot. I think they hit at the right age too.
Oh yeah. So Attack of the Clones was my favorite when I was younger.
Yes,
then
that's the one I got a DVD of. Yeah.
My parents did not let me watch Revenge of the Sith because they thought it was too dark. Hashtag homeschool parents. But when I watched it, I loved it when I was older. I still think the prequels are pretty solid. I think they're so Attack of the Clones, I think the parts that I disliked were kind of the cringe parts anyways, which was a lot of the Anakin stuff pre Geonosis. The stuff on the island, I'm still just like, look, I get what you're doing, George, but like, could you be a little less creepy about it? And then once you get to Geonosis, everything is spectacular. I will say my opinion of the politicking in both Phantom Menace and just throughout the prequel trilogy has radically changed. I actually think that the politicking throughout the prequel trilogy is really good, and I wanted more of it, especially in Phantom Menace. I think he should have just leaned into it. I think Phantom Menace would have been a better movie if you had cut out most of Tatooine.
Ooh, yeah.
Put Tatooine as like a side thing and like cut out most of the focus on Anakin and made Anakin like barely do anything until he was actually a Jedi in Attack of the Clones, and really focused on the Sith plot a lot more. I think that movie would have been so much better.
Ooh, yeah, I'm right with you. I agree with you there.
Yeah. Especially like, so one of the books that you will probably like is Darth Plagueis. Darth Plagueis, while it's not canon anymore, it provided a new understanding of Phantom Menace of like, oh my gosh, this is like because a lot of the events of it are parallel, or a good chunk of the end of the book, I think, is parallel to Phantom Menace, and it's really good.
Yeah, I know nothing about the actual book, so that sounds. I would love to read some Star Wars books.
If you're a child of the prequels, Darth Plagueis is a worthwhile point of starting as like a Star Wars book. Like, it's really good. It's right next to you. Other things that are good is that I've heard is good, and I really need to read, prequel wise, is what's called the Dark Lord trilogy, which is where is it? Are you sitting right there? You're up there somewhere then. It includes the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, and then the third book is apologies. The third book is Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, I believe, and then the first book is a Clone Wars book that I don't remember the name of, unfortunately, but it's like the Dark Lord trilogy.
Have you read in total like a lot of Star Wars books?
Relatively, no, but I mean, I've probably read at least 30 or 40 over the time period that I've like.
Wait, that sounds like a lot to me.
Relatively, that's not that much. Like, there's
how many are there?
There's hundreds.
I had no clue.
Star Trek has more, to be fair, and Mike could probably give you testament to that. But I have at least 300 Star Wars books.
Whoa, no way!
And that includes like the old stuff before Disney, and then the the 20 to 30 new canon Star Wars books that I have.
Oh my god, I had no clue it was that expansive.
It's
in the
wild.
book world.
There's one series that's 20 books long.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh wow. Okay, I want to give a few of them a try because right now, like, I'm at my low point, like in my life of my Star Wars fandom. The last taste I've had of any of it is, the most recent 2 movies. The Force Awakens was such an interesting experience to me. I went with a friend of mine who I also watched Star Wars with growing up and played Star Wars video games with. We went, it was this big packed movie theater of all people like my age. And there were people like, we were applauding at the beginning, applause at the end. Like we got out of the theater of Force Awakens and we're like, I mean, that was cool that we've had this like revival of the like Star Wars as adults now. And we can go to the new movie in theater. But like, that was really similar to like A New Hope. Like we all were like, we just like recycled a lot of the plot beats.
Was that good?
Of A New Hope.
Yeah, I felt like that was like a general idea of a lot of the people that I talked to as well. It's like, that was fun, but was that a good movie?
Yeah, and then I was like, okay, if that's all like this new series is gonna be, like I was okay with that. And then the other 2 movies just felt like they got worse and worse. And then like I liked Rogue One. I like Rogue One by far has been my favorite new Star Wars movie. I even saw it twice in the theater and was really into it. I really like that. But everything else, Solo is one of the worst like theater going experiences I've had in my entire life.
I didn't even go to that one.
Oh, so you haven't seen it? You haven't seen it?
I have seen it since then, and I'm just like, and I've heard about different treatments for that book, that movie as well. And I'm just like, wow, okay. I mean, the thing that I'm really mad about is Duel of the Fates, the episode 9 that we could have had, because I don't
know about that.
Yeah, so the dude that was originally slated to direct, that was like Chad, I don't know, started with a C. I've read like some general outlines of what he was trying to do, and it's exactly what I would have hoped for, which was Ben Solo going full dark side, and Rey and Ben having to deal with that. Like the Reylo crap was just disgusting and toxic, and it's like, why do people consider this a good relationship? She literally stabbed him. What is going on here? This is not a good example of good storytelling. Please, what are you doing? I'm sorry. There's an ancient dagger, and it's not actually ancient. It's like 20 years old or 40 years old. That's not ancient, buddy. And it's the shape of the Death Star. Anyways, Rogue One was good. I think I had some problems with Jyn Erso as a protagonist, but like for everything else, it was good.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Chadia. I really liked it. The ending, like it built up to this convergence and climactic sequence that I was emotionally invested in. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I loved the ending. The ending was amazing and exactly what we needed. Oh
man, is Andor related to that?
Yeah, Andor's amazing, dude.
Oh, I should watch it then. If it's related,
Andor is the best Star Wars we've had since the end of Clone Wars Season 8.
Okay, so does it actually follow? I haven't looked into Andor at all because I've been so disillusioned with Star Wars. But isn't Diego Luna? Is that the character from Rogue One?
Yeah, it's a prequel to that, and it's about it's about around the founding of the rebellion. It's about his story around when the rebellion was just getting on its legs.
Oh, if I loved Rogue One that much, I need to watch that.
Yeah, dude, you need to go watch it. It was made with very little interference from the powers that be, which means, hey, it was good.
Okay. I really is it like a multi-season show?
It's gonna have a second season, and that's it.
Okay, so it's
one
like
season right now.
Two and done.
Yep.
Okay, that gives me something to watch because I'm not watching anything right now, and when I get the urge to just like chillax and watch something, I will throw on Andor.
Andor and Percy Jackson. Go for it.
I'll wait for my wife. So my wife's actually away visiting her family. That's when I feel like I'll get more out of if I'm watching it with someone, but like she wouldn't be interested in Andor anyway.
Yeah.
So
Andor is very like it's the evolution of Star Wars that I felt that we needed, right? Because one of the interesting things is when you have people who grow up with Star Wars, it kind of feels like Star Wars should be growing up with them. Like when you grow up, you're just like, I want more of this thing, and sometimes it's not what you wanted.
yeah.
Andor is a gritty show about that definitely pulls no punches about the grayness of everything. I like if like how much you like the First Law and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's definitely there are some people that complain that it's slow. I don't think so, because to me, I felt like a lot of the so it's 12 episodes set in 3-episode arcs. And
oh, cool.
I think that if a lot of my fascination was like those middle episodes were really good because I could see the chess pieces moving on the board.
That sounds great. That sounds great. And Mick Scarfield is saying there's a lot of real world inspirations. Stalin's Start, Northern Ireland, Guns of Navarone. I don't know what that is though.
Neither do I had no idea, but I still loved it anyways.
No, this sounds amazing. I don't mind slow builds at all.
Yeah,
in books or in TV.
Lot of slow builds, but also just like when it punches you, it punches you.
So I want to mention my biggest gripe about the most recent movies. I can't even remember if it was from Rise of the Jedi or what's even the last movie called. I've tried to just block it out. Rise of Skywalker. Wait, what's the second one called? Is it
Last Jedi?
Last Jedi. I tried to just block them out completely from my memory, but like there was a whole long plot sequence. I think it was in the second movie. I don't even remember. It might have been the third, where they went on the side quest to like this casino planet.
Yeah, that was
that in movie 2?
Yeah,
and
it was
like this long side quest, and then there's like weird horses that are involved that are like on this betting track, and they're running through the casino, and I was like, I can't believe I'm this like bored and not engaged during a Star Wars movie, and then that it had no payoff, like that was all for nothing. That ruined my enjoyment of that movie completely.
I think that the all for nothing trope can work. It can work, absolutely. But that sequence was not enough to do that. Like, for it to be all for nothing, you really have to not pull your punches and really make it a gut punch, and you have to have at least one person die. You have to have somebody die. You have to have like something actually to be lost. And the issue with that sequence was there was nothing that was actually lost because they didn't have anything to begin with. Like that's what it comes down to.
Nothing gained either. It was
nothing gained, nothing lost. And that's really why that sequence just didn't work. And there were so many other things with that as well. Like the whole like, hey, this guy is basically another Lando Calrissian, even though he's not, and you can't trust him. It's like you never gave the audience or Finn and what's her face to begin with any reason to trust him. So like trying to say it's a subversion of, oh, you shouldn't trust this lovable rogue. There was nothing to trust to begin with. So like, what are you doing?
Yep.
Also,
the reveal of Benicio, it was Benicio del Toro as the actor of that character, right? I think
I have no idea.
The reveal of his like turning on them, it just had no impact. It was so predictable.
Oh, I sell weapons to both good guys and bad guys. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
But Rogue One worked for me so well because everything that that happened over the course of the movie felt like it was important to get us to that final moment. And then there were huge stakes in that last sequence for everyone, and just the danger was real, and like everyone that had been set up played an important part and role and where it finally led, and it was meaningful, like how everything came together. And then the whole purpose of the movie was also so meaningful, like their sacrifice, what they did, set up the rebellion for A New Hope. And so like we know it's so poignant because we know like how crucial it is. Like they don't even really know. Like they think it has meaning, but like we know
exactly.
like, man, I loved that. I loved that aspect of
they
it.
did a really good job with that. And it's really funny because I have friends that aren't like the big, like they love Star Wars, but they're not the biggest nerds. They went in, they didn't know everybody was going to die. They went into that movie and they got mad because everybody died at the end. I'm like, it's a line from the first movie, bro. They were going to die. Like, what? You didn't think they were cool, boy.
That's actually interesting because it goes to show how rare it is in, I think, a book or a movie, like most storytelling, for like the main characters to actually die at the end. Like it is not a common thing.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Maybe like one of the main characters are cast,
but maybe if it's like a specific trope thing and it's like people are comfortable with that happening for that trope, I think is when it happens. So, yeah.
Yeah. I liked Boba Fett. Oh, did you watch that?
Interesting. I got like 3 episodes in and I really didn't like Boba Fett. Again, I think what it comes down to is a lot of it was rushed. And a lot of things just like literally the last part of Boba Fett, the Boba Fett show, was Mandalorian season 2.5, because they actually had to scrap the originally planned episodes because they were so bad.
Really?
Like, yeah. Like they actually legitimately recognized the episodes were bad and decided to put it in Mandalorian season 2.5. They brought in Favreau and everything.
Oh wow.
And they were trying, I don't know if they were trying, like I heard rumors that they were trying to get this done quickly, and that's why, and that makes me sad. But also it's just like
and the Disney, Marvel, and including like other movie studios who produce like very cliched, rushed fantasy storytelling in the last 20 years, like it's so depressing to me. Like most people's exposure to fantasy storytelling is through like really generic superhero movies,
which is an interesting thing. Yeah.
And like it's like, hopefully now with all of the superhero movies this year bombing, I am very hopeful that like Hollywood will undergo a course correction to just like do more original creative stuff. Like maybe Mistborn could be a good project.
Look, we're due to have a Sanderson thing. Like he's like one of the, like, if you have a list of top authors that haven't had an adaptation yet, Sanderson's is at the top of that list.
Yeah. He said he got close, got close with the Hollywood studio with Mistborn. Like, I don't really need adaptations for this, but I would love to see Mistborn on the big screen. Yes. Like to see Luthadel, the Ash, and the Mistcloaks, and like I want to see that on the big screen in a movie theater. Like really, I was so disappointed when I read in his update that he came close, and they were doing like script readings with actors. Like, man, it might be a long time before we get.
Look, I would fully expect in the next year it's going to get picked up again. Like this is just how it goes. This is the movie business.
I need to see this. So I've never been a D&D person, so I've never played. So I didn't feel compelled to go see it.
It's a fun romp, even if you don't play D&D.
I gotta catch it.
It's really fun, really weird. Yeah, it's a decent movie.
Oh, I gotta give it a go. But man, what I don't need is any kind of superhero movie. I've never been a fan of like comics, and just never read them growing up. And then like never got too into Marvel, but ended up seeing a lot of those movies just because they were very popular, and never saw a Marvel movie that I ended up caring about. And I saw most of them through like Avengers Endgame.
That's interesting. I really loved them up through Endgame. After that, it kind of got hit or miss.
Yeah, I liked them, but I never got like emotionally invested in them to the point like as much as I would want to. But I thought a lot of them were good and fun. The Iron Man movies, the Doctor Strange, the first one that I saw, the first Ant-Man one. Oh, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Actually,
Yeah.
I shouldn't say I never cared about any. I had a good time with the first couple Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but the most recent one in that I saw in the theater, I think was the first time I felt myself having an emotional response
To a
in
superhero movie.
a Marvel movie. Yeah,
That's
maybe
awesome.
any. I shouldn't say any superhero movie because I did also get emotionally invested in the Dark Knight with Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
But no, I never connected too much with the tropes in superhero movies and a lot of the characters. But I have enjoyed the Guardians of the Galaxy. So there's been some Marvel that I've liked, but
yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy is peak, honestly. Like it's all three of those are really good. I think I had some issues with how neat the ending of the third one was, if that makes any sense. But I understand why they had to do that because
yeah.
Since James Gunn is like, bye Marvel, you guys suck. I'm gonna go to DC now. We're gonna make dark and edgy things.
Were you a big fan of the Avengers movies or like any of the specific franchises like Captain America or Iron Man? Or
I think as a general whole, I really like pretty much all of them. Captain Marvel was a big miss for me because I have an issue with the strong female character TM that is just like, hey, let's take toxic male traits and slap them on a female and call her strong. And I think that's what Brie Larson's character in Marvel was, or Miss Marvel was. And then I can't forgive what they did to Nick Fury. I think they that was like the stupidest thing, that like the way that they portrayed him in Miss Marvel and the way that he lost his eye was like the stupidest thing ever. Like they
did that happen? I did see Captain Marvel, the first Brie Larson.
Yeah, Captain Marvel. That's what I'm talking about.
Was it in that? I forget that scene though.
Exactly. He lost it to a cat alien that is his friend. Like they played it off as a joke, and that is the stupidest thing that they could have done.
Yeah.
And the way that they made him just like they basically made him stupid in that movie. It was just like, this isn't even realistically the same dude to me. Anyways, yeah.
No, I think the storytelling of like the people in Disney and Marvel responsible for like the actual like character arcs and beats, I think severely lacking overall, especially like in their rush to get out stuff to just capitalize on their popularity post Avengers, to just rush out all these movies, and they're reaping what they sow now.
That especially hit them after the pandemic, because not only did they have to put out all the shows that they were going to put out during the pandemic that they couldn't, right, or before the pandemic, everything that got delayed, they had to completely rewrite Falcon and the Winter Soldier because they were afraid to do a pandemic storyline that was originally written before the pandemic happened. They should have just gone for it. God, be edgy. Come on. Just do it. Go for it. And then they started rushing everything else as well. Right.
There's nothing worse to me in movies than not good CGI. Like that to me is one of my least favorite things to see in a movie, period. And yeah, I just can't handle it. Like seeing the trailer actually for the most recent Aquaman movie, like I couldn't believe in the trailer, like that's where like they're putting their best foot forward. I thought the CGI looked absolutely horrible for that. I couldn't like.
My God,
I mean, even imagine sitting through that. Or like the trailer for Ant-Man Quantumania, or whatever that movie's called. A lot of people complain about the CGI in that movie, but man, like they hopefully now have the message like quality over quantity, please.
We'll see. Hopefully that, and then the SAG after, like the two different strikes that just happened. Hopefully that helps, but I'm still worried about. I mean, I know that the AI wasn't completely taken out of the contract for for actors, I think, so that's kind of concerning. But I think the CGI in Ant-Man Quantumania, some of it was good and some of it was just bad. Right, there are specific characters that I can think of that I'm like, that was actually some really, like, there's the one guy with all the holes or whatever. I think that was some legitimately, like, that was decently done versus like MODOK.
And you've heard lots of like stories come out from the Marvel CGI people
Yeah.
that they've just been worked to the bone and
Yeah.
underpaid,
Yeah.
and rushed, and it's like, man, these companies from the top have just been all about
Yeah.
money, chasing money, and
Well,
it's finally catching up to them.
yeah, it is, which is really good, but it kind of like, it's one of those things of like, the streaming model wasn't necessarily as profitable as they wanted to make it seem to begin with.
Yeah.
And to make it profitable, they had to put quality on the back line.
Yeah.
And that's why they were rushing all these things, because it's like, hey, let's put as much content on here as possible. Let's put as much new content here, and let's overwhelm. And it turned out overwhelming people. So now we're starting to get like, ad models on streaming services. And I personally think this is a good thing, because it makes it'll be a good thing in the long run, because we're basically just going back to the old model that we had.
Yeah.
Like, guys, it worked. That's just how it is. I'm sorry. But like, you had your first mover advantage. You had some other stuff. Like, now that if we want to actually have a market of streaming services like that, this is how it's going to be. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious why there's not more, like, they focus so much on superhero movies at the expense of just like other kinds of epic fantasy and sci fantasy. Like, The Lord of the Rings were immensely popular and successful as films, and there have been so few, at least that I'm aware of, like real, like big budget epic fantasy kinds of attempts like since then.
Lord of the Rings. Well,
yeah,
to a certain extent.
I mean, there were the Hobbit ones, which were a financial like success, but that were absolutely awful.
Yeah, I still haven't watched the third one.
No, don't. It's, man, I can't believe they split that into 3.
I can believe that they split it into 3, and I'm fine with them doing that. I just think that they added too much and took away too much. Like, the first one was decent. I actually liked what they added. So with the Pale Orc, where they basically added it from one line in the books and stuff like that, and then the addition of like, hey, let's show Gandalf taking down the Necromancer. I think those are good creative decisions. Other creative decisions that they made, like destroying the walk through the woods, like, I don't like that they did it. Like, I was really looking forward to Bomber falling in a river. I don't think we got that. I'm sorry. And like,
we had everyone going through that crazy river scene where they're in barrels with a lot of bad CGI. Man,
that's completely. Yep. We got the barrel scene, sure. We got the other things, but then we got the dwarf elf romance, which nobody asked for.
No,
we don't want that. I mean, and even them adding Legolas, I think that was like, adding him makes sense to a certain extent. I'm not mad about that at all, and they're capitalizing on other things, but I don't know. Just,
I mean, the one thing you are missing from the third one, you are missing Benedict Cumberbatch really digging in
to Smaug.
The Smaug role and voice acting. That's fun, but it's not worth it. You could probably just watch some of those scenes in isolation. The whole battle of the 5 armies, one of the most underwhelming giant battle scenes of my life.
So sad to me, because I loved reading that in the books, and like, that is such a vivid scene in my mind from The Hobbit that makes it certain that I probably will do my best to never watch that.
Yeah.
Because
good choice.
I love that set of scenes in The Hobbit. That's probably one of those like formative memories that really like make me love battles in like military fantasy and stuff. Like, that sequence alone is so influential. And like Bilbo coming out and being like, I'm gonna give you this because I don't want to deal with the politics of this, and like the scheming behind that, like, so much formative stuff right there.
Yeah. I read The Hobbit also when I was younger and loved it. And I read a few Redwall books too. And that was like Redwall. Kid military fantasy.
Yeah, basically.
Those were great.
Redwall was great. Trippy, but great.
Mindolin. I read this book many, many years ago, just once. So my memory for the Hobbit book is not great. Mindolin says, I don't think much of that battle was in the book.
Yeah, much of the battle was not in the book, but I remember the recap, and the recap in my brain was amazing. So just yes. I understand that, but I cannot change the fact that the recap of that battle is so vivid in my brain Yeah, if I hallucinated it, it's fine, but I still remember it.
Oh, can I bring it back to KJ Parker for a bit? Back to books.
Yeah,
I know
let's
we
do it.
veered off into TV for a while and
That's
movies,
fine. Let's
but
go.
have you been? You recommended some of the standalones, and
Mhm.
I the Company, Folding Knife. Those are the next two KJ
Yeah.
Parkers. I think I will read. I have to continue the Siege trilogy too, but have you been reading some of his other series like on like
So
Alan's channel? Like,
that's the plan for this year, basically. So we read the Engineer trilogy recently. We finished that up last month or this month for Anitha. And that was pretty good. It was an interesting experience to see how everything drew out over 3 books. It definitely came down to a lot of everybody is terrible, and you had some really interesting themes of love and duty and some other stuff and how manipulable people are, and what, that. So that was very interesting.
and that's an older trilogy, right? And Cywus Korak's another series he has.
So Cywix Korvax, I'm starting this month.
What is that? Is that a recent release?
Yeah, so he released all 3 of them in the last 3 months of last year.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Did not.
And one of them is dedicated to Zara.
Really?
Yeah, because remember,
cool.
she went out and interviewed him.
Yeah.
That whole thing. Like he
I saw that interview. Yeah.
Stuff. Oh my gosh. 2006 was the second book's release. So yeah, that's almost 20 years old. Oh, God, that's almost 20 years old. That's wild. That's yeesh.
So KJ Parker, I think, is one that I think you and Alan are very safe in that it will remain an under the radar hipster kind of pick.
It will.
And Rick.
Part of it is
there's no chance that that's breaking out.
Maybe one day, who knows? It's really interesting because KJ Parker says he doesn't write females well, and that's an interesting thing that's popped up in the Engineer trilogy. Because I think, and this is like a minor, not a minor spoiler, preview of some of the talking that's going to be happening on the last book. I think that there were some female characters in this series that were well liked as of book 2, but the way he wrapped up their stories was just like, why? Why did you do that?
Interesting.
And I think that's why some of it won't get really popular because, yeah.
I mean, the first Lot trilogy is very famous for having like mostly being a sausage fest, and like all the main characters everyone loves are male, and the one POV female character like is everyone's least favorite.
Yeah.
And Joe said like, yeah, he like tried to do course corrections after that, and so the protagonist of Best Served Cold was a female protagonist that was more complex, and a lot of people love this female characters in the Age of Madness, but like that was a trilogy, or at least the first books, like without much quality like female character representation, ended up still doing well, but that had so much appeal to it for lots of reasons.
Yeah,
that they're more broadly appealing, I think, than KJ Parker's style.
Yeah, KJ Parker's style is really like sometimes there are things that feel really just weird in his writing. I don't know how to describe it.
What he was able to accomplish in what's that?
So also the fact that he will wax eloquently about random topics about like, hey, let's talk about how to forge iron for a hot minute of 30 pages.
Yeah, no, that has like no mass appeal. Like that
zero.
Yeah.
Zero
that will turn lots of people off, honestly. Like, interestingly, I think people, and I also feel this way often, I think, with my books, like I want to be enjoying like every page, like every chapter. I want to be engaged. Like I don't want my engagement to really flag at any point.
Yeah.
And I just tend to be engaged by like, as long as I typically like the author or the book, like I'm usually just like engaged for all of it.
Yeah.
But people will like, if they find something that isn't engaging to them, it'll kind of just like take over their experience. Or like, like when Kyle earlier, what did he exaggerate? He said like a whole book was like just this one, like math equations, like Machinery's Empire.
Yeah, Machinery's Empire.
Like that people will then exaggerate how much of a book is that thing that they didn't find engaging. It was like, oh, I didn't like this one thing, but like that has an outsized kind of impact on your memory of the experience or like how you evaluate it, versus like for 99% of the pages didn't involve that. But it's interesting because I do think like those things that KJ Parker does will turn off like most people.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's just like I look at these books and I'm sorry, the third one, not Evil for Evil, The Escapement. First of all, The Escapement is like not a good title if you want mass appeal. Alan had to look up what an escapement was. All right. And even
is that a thing? Is that a thing? I thought you just made that up.
No, The Escapement is a real thing. It has something to do with watches and schemes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an actual word for an actual thing that nobody knows.
Yeah.
That's why it's a bad title for mass appeal.
Also, the series name, or no, is there a book called The Vices and Desires?
Yes. And
is that the name of
this is
one or two, or is that a series name? What is that? Okay. That is quite a title.
Devices and Desires. It is a love story that looks like it should be 50 Shades of Grey.
Yes.
It is like that will never not be funny to me. That this like it looks like a 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, the name though, it really I don't think it, having read it, do you think is the book just like completely, is it normal KJ Parker? Like
yeah, it's normal KJ Parker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is book one of the Engineer trilogy.
It is,
like once you hear the name of the trilogy.
It is not him doing 50 Shades of
no,
Grey.
Absolutely not. This man is a devout Christian. You expect him to write 50 Shades of Grey? What are you talking about?
Because that title, Devices and Desires, like
right?
It gives off a certain vibe. Yeah.
Now, to be fair, it's like 2005. This was 2005, well before 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
But you can't argue that this has major 50 Shades of Grey cover vibes.
No, he did much more broadly appealing titling for the Siege trilogy. Like those titles are some of my favorite in all of fantasy. 16 Ways to Defend a Walled City, like so catchy. There aren't a lot of titles that are like that long of a phrase. How to Conquer the World and Get Away with. No, what are the other titles?
No idea. I only have the first one yet.
Like they're all long phrases like that, and they're catchy. They have personality. Like,
and I think
he nailed it with that.
Better with Savis Korvax too.
Oh.
Sorry. But like Savis Korvax Deals with the Dead is another like it's supposed to be a catchy title.
That does have some catchiness to it. Savages is another book I want to try of his. What are these titles? Let's see. This is great. Oh, I love this. How to Rule an Empire and Get Away with It.
Yeah.
And A Practical Guide to Conquering the World.
Those are great titles.
Love these titles.
They don't sound like KJ Parker to me. It's really funny. Coming from The Folding Knife and The Company. And Evie pointed out that some of his titles, that those are slightly more similar to some of his short story titles. Like A Small Price to Pay for Birdsong is one of his short story titles that I really like.
The Hammer is another one that's very typical.
Yeah, it's the hammer, and it's not a hit. There's a gun on the title. That's not broad appeal. How many people in mainstream people will know what part of the gun a hammer is? Even in the U.S., who really likes guns, strangely.
I found this on eBay. It wasn't like broadly available. I think it was just a limited print.
Very jealous of you because I need to find a copy of that.
What is this from Sub Press? Right, he does a lot of books that are published through Subterranean Press.
A lot of short stories through Sub Press.
So this was a limited to 1,000 copies, and I just randomly found it for like a normal price on eBay.
I'm confused. I've only seen it for I haven't looked that hard yet, but I've only seen it for money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I need to find a copy of that because that's one of his other standalones that I need to read.
Yeah, since you are like mostly a print reader, you just have a little bit of an inconvenience sometimes because
Yeah, I do.
You can't just fire up the ebook or an audiobook. Although he doesn't have audiobooks mostly. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Which is wild. And I'm very sorry that you reading KJ Parker is gonna like just gotta wait a few years till Alan gets his audiobook career going up and running.
Ooh.
And then we're gonna like see if KJ Parker has the audio right. It's really interesting because we've been joking about getting Alan to like just record the folding knife and just send it to KJ Parker and be like, here.
Oh my god.
I don't need money at all. Just here, put this out, publish this. I don't care.
Yeah, just like a fan version.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome.
Of like, an audiobook.
It'd be great.
Yes. I heard his preview of his prologue for The Way of Edan, and I thought it was really good. And
I've not listened to it yet. I need to go do that.
Oh, I think he could be an amazing audiobook narrator.
Yeah, I have every faith in Alan being a great audiobook narrator. This man, he gets his ball rolling. He can do a bunch with that.
Yeah, no, I think he could be a great one. I remember seeing his like video of his like one-man show of the Iliad. It was so good. That was like the Iliad, I think. Yeah, it was.
It was.
Oh, that was amazing. But yeah, one of the things that's holding me back from reading more Parker is not having the audiobooks, because
that's another reason it won't reach mass appeal, is the audiobooks don't exist.
Yeah. And a lot of people are like me, like we audiobook like every day. Like I like putting it on if I'm like driving in the car, if I'm going out for a walk, if I'm doing any kind of chore, I want to be listening to an audiobook. And I don't like having like I like reading just one thing at a time, not splitting my attention between plots and worlds and authors. So like I like to have a print book if I'm reading from print, and also have the same audiobook going at the same time. It's like sometimes I'm reading, sometimes I'm listening, but it's always the same book. And it's tough because when I'm listening to an audiobook that I really like, and I'm trying to also just like have a print book going, my attention ends up inevitably like favoring the audiobook read. And so it's an issue. I'm loving audio so much, like means that books like this, where it's just in print, like they're so far down the TBR for me, because I enjoy having the audio experience adding to it.
Yeah.
But, man, I need to give this one a go. Make use of it, so it's not just languishing on myself. Knowing that you like don't have this and can't read it.
Fair, I have not looked very hard as of yet.
Yeah,
I need to like start like putting some Google alerts on or something like that, so I can start actually looking for it. But
I should give this a read, and if I end up not really loving it, maybe I can hook you up.
I love it when my friends hook me up with books that I can't.
But I'm not promising anything. If I end up liking it though, then I will most likely want to keep it on the shelf, because it really does look nice, actually.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he has that many hardcovers that aren't, subpress, right?
Most of his hardcovers are subpress, if I remember correctly. Because like all the hardcovers I have from him are subpress, because I found. Because like his hardcovers are really weird. So he has a bunch of short stories in hardcover, and then he has the 3 different bind up of his short stories. The 3 different bind ups, if you can try to find them secondhand, they're going to be really expensive, unless they're a library copy, which is how we got one of mine. That was less expensive because it was a library copy. A lot of his other ones are wildly changed the price.
Yeah.
Depending on whether or not they're a library copy, which is interesting that a lot of the secondhand ones that I've found of his are library copies that eventually leave, and they're sub-press editions that were in libraries for a while, which is weird to think about.
That is so weird. How did that even happen? But when Alan was like going crazy for Purple and Black, I felt like I had to get that, and I spent way too much on an eBay copy of Purple and Black, and I ended up luckily I ended up really liking it. Like what Parker was able to do through letters in that little book, like blew me away. But then weirdly, when I then read 16 Ways to Defend a Walled City, like Alan's spoken about this, that he has a tendency to kind of reuse some like plot devices, or like it felt a little bit predictable, or like some of the reveals and twists and turns actually like mirrored some of the things that happened in Purple and Black. So like it like 16 Ways felt like, oh, interesting. This is like just a different expanded version of Purple and Black. Alan has said like a bunch of his books actually end up feeling similar.
Yeah.
But it's a really cool like trick that he's pulling in these books. So it's still engaging, even if he's repeating it a little bit. But Purple and Black, like with letters that he was able to accomplish that.
Oh yeah, the purple
blew me away.
Yeah, the purple writing and stuff. What's interesting is like, so the hardcover that you have has the purple writing, and I recently reread it in my academic exercises bind up, and it doesn't have the purple writing.
Yeah,
and it changes the book that you
Wait,
can only. So I have both.
This? Oh yeah, both. Okay, yeah. The dual color printing in this is crucial.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, like the little purple wax stamps.
Yeah.
Are like what a great flourish to add. Like I love when printers and the designers add flourishes like that.
Yeah, they're able.
One of the wait, have you read the Sanderson Secret? Also, the book, the naked hardback is purple. I love when they do things like that. It's just great. Wait, have you read any of the Sanderson Secret Projects?
I have read the Cosmere 3 ones. I haven't read the Wizard one.
What did you end up thinking of them? Even if they don't end up going down as my favorite ever books of all time, I love the physical books.
Oh yeah, much. Absolutely.
Like
I think so. I had some issues with one or two of the pieces of art in Tress that I don't think came out well at all.
I think I agree with you there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my least favorite. That's my least favorite art of all 4 books.
Yeah. Like the double page with the red and the green. I was like, oh gosh, it could have been better. And then
very dark.
The one that was all black because of the black spores, I was like, wow, this looks so much better digitally. Because like it's hard to do so much black on one page and have it differentiate from a printing standpoint. And I was kind of disappointed in that. But they definitely made Yumi was amazing, and then Sunlit Man had some pretty good pieces as well.
Oh my god. The art in Yumi, I feel like really added to my enjoyment of the experience. Like I was looking forward to every I could tell like where the color art pieces were going to come. I didn't want to look at them ahead of time or spoil myself. I was so looking forward to each one.
Yeah.
And the artist was just spectacular. Also, the dual color printing for this is like very book plot and world building relevant. And like that is so cool that it added so much. But like the actual paintings in here, they're bright and
gorgeous.
The colors were amazing. Just the depictions of the characters and the even the way that these feel. Like I prefer this faux leather cover to the actual leather bounds. Yeah, just in the way they feel to hold and read from.
Nice.
I love that the naked hardback design too. Like there's so many things that they did right, and for like decent prices too.
Yeah, I will say the color of Yumi kind of disappoints me. Like the dark
leaves a little something to be.
I don't think it works that well.
Yeah, like the color of these three really pop up here. They really pop. They're all brighter, and we already have a blue. Like, why do we have
to blue? You have green, blue, different blue, red. Like it doesn't work. Like doesn't work.
Should I break up? Should I break up? I think I have to break them up. Honestly, like
you have to break them up to make it look good. I think the original cover was like this dark. I think it was like a dark purple or something. I don't know. I just remember that the original cover that they had shown in mock-ups was completely different.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not the biggest fan of the color or the cover, but the in-book art and the flourishes like on so many of the pages, just like what a like that you could add this to the book and that for the not even be that expensive. Like I love that. Like the vanilla just trade hardcovers are just like so not worth the money. Like just like what Tor and Orbit or DAW put out as like the $30 to $40 hardcover. Like
Yes.
They don't have. It's like cheap cardboard that has nothing on it, no designs, and inside there's nothing. There's no art. There's no interesting flourishes on the pages.
Yeah,
man, it's they're very underwhelming for the cost.
At the same time, I think publishers, for now at least, it looks like publishers are happy to let authors have their special edition rights to themselves.
Yeah.
Because as of right now, I don't think it's like reasonably. They either A, haven't caught on that special editions can sell, or B, they still don't have like, haven't caught on that it works. Like they just haven't caught on that it works, or they're just fine with it not working for them at least.
Yeah, because it's so weird. It's so weird.
It might be. I think part of it might be the scale of it, right? So for somebody like Sanderson, it scales really well because he's put himself out there as somebody who makes good special editions that really puts love into the special editions and into the leather bounds. Whereas putting that much effort is hard for publishers.
Yeah, if they don't have the manpower, if they haven't really done it before. But like even offering more bundling options like Sanderson wants the publishers offer, like offer the ebook like for free with the hardcover, or I don't like actually that publishers always just usually release the hardcover at first, and for like a year that's the only thing you can get, and then they'll start with the paperbacks. Like I want to have options immediately, like to match like my previous books in the series. Like I think they would make more money honestly by just giving more options, like giving the trade paperback option and the hardcover option and a deluxe option too, like for people who want it, like all the different kinds. They might get people who get all the versions first of all, and then
I think that there will be less people that get multiple versions if you have more options to start.
True, because then they could just shape their shelf how they want, but you make everyone happier because you're giving them what they want.
Since when is that their priority? Making people happy. I mean, I get you. I do think like similarly that like it's so interesting that you could spend 30 hours on a book, but they only offer you one option and then you have to buy another one if you want to make it match your shelf. Whereas like with a video game, like going back to Sanderson's objections, you can spend 30 to 60 hours on that and they'll give you multiple options, as many as you want. They just want you to play the game.
Yeah. Sanderson's ahead of the curve with this, and he's laughing all the way to the bank and able to build a Cosmere Chateau.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Like that's gonna be like 5 years out, but like
but he's doing that with just like the profit from this Kickstarter.
The Kickstarter alone like hit him up there. I mean, once you take away the shipping, I don't know how much he had left, but
and he still probably even gave Tor a lot of profits through their own regular trade release of the books too. And he probably made them a good amount of money on this for them doing basically nothing. But man, he's with his power now of his fandom, like he's trying to get like Audible to change and to give authors more like money and piece of the pie there through Audible.
Well, it's interesting. I think Raph was talking about how like he's going more with Spotify. But Spotify also has trash compensation models for their authors as well, or at least trash compensation for music artists, I know. So they might also have trash for the Audible or audio authors. Heidi, it's regrettable that like the audio options turned out to not be easy, but like it also was his protest against Audible. It was a hassle every time for me to figure out how to get my audiobook onto my Spotify account. It was like a real hassle every single release. It was not simple and easy to figure out. I think that's really probably the big thing that needs to be figured out is finding more options that are easier. Because not many people have as much ease of access as you have with Audible.
Yeah. Audible is just, if you're using it already, so easy to, you just want to listen to all your audiobooks through the same app and
Yeah,
have them in the same place. Yeah.
that is the biggest advantage. But that's one of the biggest advantages that Amazon has is they've raised the switching cost, like the cost. Like if you, because of how everything's structured, if you wanted to switch to a different platform, you'd lose all of your books, and that is a switching cost for everything.
Yeah.
And it's also harder to integrate other audiobooks with it, and with other places, it's not as easy. And then they have a bunch of features and stuff like as an accountant who has who knows business to a certain extent, like there is a begrudging admiration for the things that Amazon has pulled, because
yeah
they've done well.
Like, it's so underhanded the way that they like were willing to not make any profit like on their book business for
I don't admire
a long
let me
time.
preface that.
It's so underhanded, like, and push Borders out of business, push Barnes and Noble to the brink of bankruptcy, like make it so that everyone just got used to buying books online and getting them shipped. By the way, shipped in boxes that, without good packing, inevitably damage the books. Like, and
that I do not admire them for whatsoever. I despise them for that.
Using the book business as the way to like bring in people to their ecosystem and undercut other businesses that couldn't sell their products for less.
Yep.
I don't like how tech companies in general are willing to like absorb losses, like to like basically hijack like whatever the current market is and pricing is, and then run people out of business, and then just inevitably hike up the prices again, and then we've lost competition. Yeah,
it's one of those things that like is an inevitable. So the thing about capitalism is that capitalism tends towards monopolies, and that this is a sad thing. I myself, I do enjoy capitalism. I do think that it is probably the best system that we have as an economic system, because it is the thing that somehow produces the most good for the individual, that has produced the most advancement in both life expectancy and wealth for the average person. Despite the huge wealth gaps that we have in our society today, it still has raised the average level. Like the average American, if I remember correctly, the average American is not even below the poverty line, the global poverty line. Anyways, I'm cutting into Raph's territory right now, because I think he's like the complete opposite of me. But it is one of the sadness, like no system is perfect. And the sad inevitability is that it tends toward monopoly, and there are a lot of underhanded things that companies can do to do this, and this is where, unfortunately, government regulation is, at the very least, competent government regulation is required.
Yeah, could do some good. But interestingly, Barnes and Noble has survived against the odds, and they're doing actually
as I can.
They're doing well as maybe anyone could expect. And recently when I went, like, it was crowded. There were lots of people in there, like, browsing books, like, and even like small independent bookstores and used bookstores, like, they're still surviving because there are lots of people who actually do enjoy not just, clicking and having it ordered, but going to a bookstore, browsing, being there, walking around, trying stuff out on the shelves. Like, man, it is so nice to be able to like look through the sci-fi shelf and just like, oh, I've heard about like Anne Leckie before. Let me just give like the first few pages a try. Like, being in the bookstore is you can't match that experience doing anything online.
And I actually like some of their expansions, like into board games and stuff. Like I've gotten some board games from there as well, and that's been nice to see that expand from like local game stores a little bit into more of the mainstream some.
Oh, interesting. At the ones I've been to recently, they have been giving like brown paper bags for your books.
Yeah.
So
I think she's talking about like basically gift wrapping is what it sounds like. I mean, mine has shifted more towards like you should bring your own bag. Do you really want a bag type of deal, which is more, that's a push from the general marketplace.
Yeah.
that they're catching on to. But
But
okay, so
interesting. I think Amazon's pushed like Borders out of business. Probably lots of other independent bookstores out of business. But like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
there's been an overall kind of correction on the part of like the consumer to like realize like, oh, we don't just want to utilize Amazon. We want to keep these other kinds of businesses alive.
Yeah,
and like to consciously patronize those businesses, even if it costs a little bit more.
Mhm.
Like I went to an independent bookstore and like paid full price for Speaking Bones. Like they happened to have like the one Dandelion book I was missing, and like okay, I could get this cheaper on Amazon, but like it's like this little bookstore in this like nice little town. Like let me help keep them alive. Keep this bookstore here.
I am absolutely the same way. That's why I like when I go on road trips, visiting independent bookstores as much as I can, just to be like, hey, let me see if I can find a book I need here, just to help support the business. Another wonderful business that is sprung up that I'd like to do, I probably should do some more research into, because I'd love to know like how they're doing and what they do. More is bookshop.org. Is there actually a nonprofit that is trying to become an Amazon book competitor essentially, but their profits they give away to local bookstores. It actually started up during the pandemic, and they wanted to help support local bookstores during the pandemic. It started out, I think, U.S. only, and then it's branched into Canada and the U.K. I think. I could be wrong.
Oh, that's a great idea. They sell like new books directly?
Yeah, they'll sell it to you directly. I think they still have issues to me with some of their listings for things, whether how they generate listings or something. Some things are kind of wonky, and they don't necessarily have. The older the book is, the more weird the listing might be. Like it might just be only audio CD. Like more niche, actually, is a better way to put it. Like I've seen some kid like searched, I think, a KJ Parker book or something, and like the only option they had was a back out of stock compact disc CD selection. It's like, what is going on here? Yeah, and then they're trying to come out like roll out features and stuff like that. Like so, they just recently got registries, like the whole thing with Amazon where you can order something off of somebody's wish list and get it sent to them. They recently did that finally after I emailed them like 6 times about it.
Yes. Oh, I'll check out this website and see if I can start using it. I try to use Barnes & Noble basically wherever I can, just instead of Amazon. But that's really cool that they're not in it for the profit. Like they're not a for-profit business.
They're a nonprofit business, and they actually have affiliate links as well. So like you can become an affiliate with them and have links under your BookTube videos if you wanted. And anybody that buys a book off of your link, you get a portion of that. So that's also a thing. I know I used to have a lot of their affiliate links underneath my videos, and I need to get back to doing that because that's like a tiny thing that could make more money,
Where I will give Amazon credit in the book selling business that I think could be like their rightful niche is like the print on demand stuff. So like self-pub authors, like the only way you can get a lot of self-pub like hard like print, like hardcover or paperback even versions of their books is through Amazon, like print on demand. Like you order like books aren't sitting in like a warehouse somewhere. Like no, they print it when you order.
Yeah.
And that makes sense to me. Like that's cool. And like we need like that should exist for people.
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
Nice. Yeah.
Especially for like some niche books that are out of print and people can barely find them. Like print on demand is like the way to go. I do object, like similarly to our Audible complaints. Like they also have a stranglehold on the self-published community. Like you have to be on Amazon if you self-publish, and that's like where people get a majority of their profits is from Amazon, which is kind of like, God, I wish this wasn't the case.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Oh, Mike is here. I was talking up becoming a druid earlier in the chat. We're almost going on 4 hours, so you'd have to search through a lot of the replay
getting some time
to find where we were talking about Spiffbo a little bit, and I was like kind of bitter about how I thought your book was unfairly judged by the one like person that was reading it first, Bifbo.
It's understandable. Like it's one of those things that just it's sad that it happens, but it does. Another one that I felt like Deathless Beast by Andrew D. Meredith. That was another one that like got cut, and I was really sad that it got cut. But I understand. Like
So for self-pub, I have not read many self-pub authors. Would Meredith be someone that you'd as one of the top of the list for me to explore new self-pub authors?
I would say go for it. He's really good. I really like what he's doing with the Deathless Beast series. You'd have to talk to somebody like Anitha to check out what they think of his Needle and Leaf series. I haven't read that one yet. Yeah.
Is that the Collation Saga, the Deathless Beast series?
Yeah. Oh, okay. He's about to come out with book 4 sometime this year. I think I've heard from somewhere between May and July is when there should be more musings on that. Mike, I'm curious, which Comic-Con did you just get back to? Because I know I've talked to him before on like Tori's Discord about some of the stuff, because he's pretty close to me. I think he's somewhere in Virginia, North Carolina area. So it's fun.
I have yet to go to a convention. I just missed the ability to go to the New York City Comic-Con this past year. I wanted to see Jim Butcher, but I didn't get a chance to go. But I want to go to some conventions and like walk around, see what like sci-fi and fantasy authors are that I haven't heard of are selling, have some conversations. Like it seems like a really cool thing to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think there's one in February in our area that I'd like to go to. That was like I was purely writing one. It might be MarsCon and I missed it. But yeah.
Oh, MarsCon in Virginia Beach.
Yep. Because me and him talked about a few different ones, and I think there was one in February that was like, I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Grufe, welcome. Yeah, like he's been on my radar for a little bit, but it's just like I am sitting on 700 books, like physical books. I have many thousands on my digital TBR, like on Goodreads. But like I have 700, and a lot of those I guess are part of series, so. True. I would bet probably in the realm of like 400 like either book ones or standalones that I'm like I actually have physical versions of that I have not read yet. It's too much. Like I could just be reading those for the next basically 10 years.
For it. Read all of your shelf and get rid of the ones you're not excited about. That's what you got to do.
Like especially Savages by K.J. Barker.
Yeah, especially get rid of that one. So some it might go to a place that
I gotta go on like some level of book buying ban because it's spiraling too far out of control. And I want to read what I have. Like I've had this one. I got this new release last year, Histfic. Like I saw the Brothers Gwyn really talking it up. Dan Jones, Essence Dogs. Like I got this as a new release and I was excited about it. And it's just sat here for like over a year. Like not getting read. Okay. Like it's too much. There's too many.
Judas Blossom was like that for me. What else did I like buy as a new release last year and I didn't read?
Children of Gods and Fighting Men, Empire of Exiles. I saw Alan's review and I wanted to read that
one. Yeah, that's one of the ones that I bought as a new release and haven't read it.
The Counselor by E.J. Beaton. It's like Machiavellian. That sounds so cool. But I haven't.
I've heard of that one. I haven't read it, or I haven't bought it read either.
Did you read God Is Not Willing?
No, I have a copy though. It's on the eventually. I want to read it, but like
I am kind of like regretting my decision to read it. Like I didn't know how. I thought all I should say is I should have saved it for like later
when he's done with the series.
Like because he's taking a long time to like release the second book in there. And I feel like I'm going to need to reread like book 1 to even appreciate like book 2 again. Cause it's so like intricate and deep. And it's like, and that book like took a long time. It was a little like less fast paced than most of the actual like Book of the Fallen books. Okay. So it was pretty heavy and I'm going to have to read that again. And I liked it. But like that was a new release I should have waited on. But
I'm feeling very vindicated in my pushing off my Malazan reread because like Children of the God is not willing is at the end of that, and I also technically have a Walk in Shadow at the end of that, but I'm not like counting
Yeah.
to be released.
Also, is the Path to Ascendancy series, is that, do you know how long that's supposed to be? The most recent release, that is like part of that series, right?
Yeah.
So it's just continuing. Oh, okay.
Originally, it was supposed to be 3, and that chronicles up to the founding of the Malazan Empire. And then, from what I think, the next 3, because he just got renewed for the next 3, so he's gonna do 3 more. So there's gonna be 6. It's
okay.
It chronicles basically like the early days.
So. Like early days of the Malazan Empire.
Yep.
Oh, cool. That's a whole part of the series. Yeah. Like, I can't wait to read Path to Ascendancy. Like, backstory of Cotillion and Shadow Throne. Like, I can't believe I haven't read that yet. I would love this, and I'm reading other stuff. Like, why aren't I just reading that? But then I can say the same thing for like,
about like 6
20
different
others
series, right?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna love. That I think I'm gonna love. And then somehow I end up spending a month on Dungeon Crawler Carl, which is like I loved, but that just came out of nowhere. I'm such a mood reader like you. It's like just go with what feels right in the moment. It's brutal. Like, oh, Heidi's reading Children of Gods and Fighting Men. Great.
Nice. Who's that one by?
Heidi's Got to Run. Yeah, you've stuck with us for a long time. Thanks so much for being there in the chat.
4 hours.
I know I would love Boudica. Like, I heard Brothers Gwyn talking about that. It seemed right up my alley, like really dramatic, histfic. I'm sure I would love it. Thanks for that recommendation, though. I got to prioritize that along with hundreds of others. And I went crazy with the new releases last year, and then like 3/4 of them I didn't end up reading, but it's okay because I do get the most out of binging. I'm like sitting on Engines of Empire by Richard Richard Ford. But like Silver, Alan, right? Alan really liked that one, and like what else? Like I'm sitting on all these weird series that get buzz. Like
I read Hexologist. Mask of Mirrors. I want to read that one, but like
I want to read it. Like I still have to read this one before I get to any.
Senlin Ascends.
I don't know. I have all 4. I have all 4 waiting their turn patiently. I don't do much rereading. Mm-hmm. Like I try to read new stuff. Yes. Like I don't understand how I have this much still to go. Like I have been doing nothing but reading modern fantasy and sci-fi, mostly popular stuff for the last 5 years.
Yep.
And I still have all of this stuff. Like I need the 5 Warrior Angels. I have Dagger and the Coin to try. I got there's the hipster in me wants to read this one. So this guy is really not popular, but he's Trad Pub. Have you heard of this?
Master Assassins by who?
Robert V.S. Reddick.
Wait, is this
Talos
Scorching Sand? Oh, Scorching Sands or something? What's this series name? Is this what Ryan was reading?
He wrote the Red Wolf Conspiracy. This is called.
I read that. That was fun.
This publisher did not put the name of the series on. Okay, the Fire Sacraments. Sacraments.
Not what I was thinking of.
But like this book like gets really good reviews from people who all say that like the cover gives off more of like a young adult vibe that's not right for it. It's actually like very much like dramatic adult epic fantasy.
Okay.
But like people love this book. Books 1 and 2. Look at the cover for book 2. It's so cool.
Ooh.
Sidewinders. I think it's supposed to be a trilogy.
Is that supposed to be a tornado? Or a mushroom?
No, look, it's something weird. I don't know. It's solid. It's not a tornado.
Okay, cool. I'm glad it's not a tornado. Otherwise, I'd be weirded out if it was.
It's something solid. Like there's steps that go up. It's like a giant bowl. It's like a giant bowl at the top.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's one of my favorite fantasy covers.
That's a cool cover.
This series gets like no buzz at all. I'm so curious about it, but like I have no time to try something like this when like LPQ, Long Press Quartet, Dandelion Dynasty. Like I feel like I should have read these yesterday already. Like I'm sure I'm gonna love them.
Yeah.
And I can't. I don't have any time. I would need to read like this giant 6-book Michael Sullivan Legends series because he sent me those hardcovers for free. He mailed the whole set. Like that's amazing, that gift.
Yeah.
I have to honor that.
Just
But-
go for it. Just pick it up and
But
go.
what else is a priority? Cornwell. So like some of my favorite authors, Adrian Tchaikovsky, Bernard Cornwell. I have not read like the majority of their books, and they're two of my favorite authors. Like, how can I not just read
Because
all
it's
of the
so
Saxon
crazy.
Tales? How can I not just read like all of the Saxon Tales and like just read Tchaikovsky stuff for the next couple months to catch up to him? Like, I need to try out other authors too. I want to try out new authors. R.J. Barker, I have yet to
Nice.
try.
I've
That
heard
one is a
things about
broken
that.
binding
That's
that I got.
nice. That's a nice.
Oh
edging.
yeah, I do like the sprayed edges.
Yeah, the
That
sprayed
appeals to me a
edges.
lot. But like,
Yeah.
I have to finish Realm of the Elderlings. That series is never ending. It's like 30,000 books.
Ben, what's been best for me is not stressing out about finishing all the series, but just pick a few series and do one a month. And like that has helped me just like keep chipping away.
That's a great idea.
One a month. Just commit yourself to doing one a month. You feel accomplished.
Yeah.
You chip away at that big TBR. You chip away at those long series, and you feel like you're getting a bunch done because you're getting a bunch of different series chipped away at.
Yeah, I should try that more. I worry about that I'm diluting my experience with all of them if I'm not just binging. It's like, although that isn't the case for Realm of the Elderlings. Like, I've been doing the one a month this whole year, and it's been going fine. Maybe I should mix in like Black Company, LPQ.
Yeah.
But yes,
Try it out. Try it out with a few different series and see if it works for you.
Ooh,
like that's my recommendation, because like I feel like doing one a month and not because for me one a month has helped me, because if I want to read another one I can, and I have done that before. But if it helps me not stress about finishing the series, and because I'm working towards it, like I'm one step at a time.
That's nice. I should see if that'll end up working, and then I think about it, and then
it's helped a lot with burnout as well, because like being a mood reader, I have enough of a diversity of series and a diversity of writing styles selected that I could probably solve my any sort of slump with just one of the books that I'm reading, most likely.
Yeah, it's a good thought. I should put that more into practice. When I have not binged, I have not been good at actually returning back to those series. So like, for instance, last year, or even more than a year ago now, I opened up my Wizard of Earthsea giant omnibus, which is awesome. And I liked the first book, Wizard of Earthsea, but then I never have continued. I want to continue.
I'm in the same way with that.
I need to get back. Like, I could just throw that in here and there. It won't take that long to read like the next book.
Exactly.
Or the David Gemmell Drenai series. Like, I've read the first 2 books in there, and there's like 9 more or something, and they're all not that long. But I've just been really bad at returning to that and making progress in those. And the farther I get, it's almost like the harder it is to get back in. To those.
That's understandable.
But that Wizard of Earthsea, do you have the hardcover omnibus of that whole thing?
I just have a few of the paperbacks.
Oh, okay. There's nice illustrations in the omnibus. Also, like a giant, huge
dragon on the cover, right?
Do I even have it out? I don't know if I have it out here. But I love this like massive and heavy tome with those nice like illustrations in there. I might have it in my closet. But
somewhere.
Although I would say the going with little individual paperbacks would probably make it easier to try to like get back in, and it wouldn't be as intimidating.
They're thin. They're like they're not like mass market, but they're like a little bit. They're taller than the UK mass markets, probably like an inch or 2 shorter than a trade.
Yeah,
definitely smaller than that, but
I need to read more Le Guin. I've only read 1 Le Guin book, and I have like all of her stuff. And I need to read like literally everything she's ever written. I need to start Glenn Cook, read more David Gemmell. I picked up like almost all of David Gemmell's whole collection at different used bookstores over the last bunch of years.
Dang, that's
So not like
wild.
all mass market. I don't know if you ever look at the mass market section of used bookstores, like there's almost always some Gemmell, some Gemmell in there. Man, but it's too much. Like I don't know how to balance. I need to continue Gemmell, Le Guin, and then get into like 30 other series, and that's just like the priority ones. Like the ones like Licanius by what's his face,
the first
James
one,
Islington.
Yeah.
Now that he's like really popular, I'm feeling even more FOMO of missing out, and like I can't just read Will of the Many. I have to go back and read Licanius first.
Exactly.
And,
yeah. I just got that one recently for Christmas, so I gotta get on that some point. I don't know when. It's one of those things. That's like the double-edged sword of both wish lists and Christmas.
Yes.
I think the last like 2 to 3 years, I've gotten books for Christmas, and I think the only series that I really read are the ones I got for Christmas were the Realm of the Elderlings that I got. I think it's the only series books that I've actually read. It's really sad. But that's changing this year because I actually like curated my wish list, so I was getting specifically books that I was going to read really soon.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So like I got Save with Corax, and I got the Expert Systems Brother and Champion, and so that's nice because I'm going to read those soon.
Ooh, yeah.
Slip that.
All right,
I'm just gonna slip those novellas in somewhere randomly.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I want to do that. To catch up to Tchaikovsky, you really have to be like intentional about slipping in like novellas here and there, and like the standalones, and like we got to find space to read like Echoes of the Fall trilogy. So that's one of my takeaways from this, is that we this year, like that's one of those things that like I also feel a bit of a barrier to. Like it's probably one of the Tchaikovsky things that I'm least excited about, like that I think like I'm really drawn to. So the idea of a buddy read for that, I think.
Buddy reads help a lot.
So I think we should definitely make that happen for Echoes of the Fall trilogy.
Yeah,
I've been getting a lot out of my buddy read discussions with Realm of the Elderlings. Like,
that series is amazing for buddy reads.
It took me a long time to pick up Light Ship Traders, like maybe 3-4 years since finishing Farseer, and it was Colin from Colin's Corner who like spearheaded this like buddy read where we would do live chats about it, and like I had always feeling this resistance to starting Live Ship. Like I felt like a really mammoth undertaking, and very like melodramatic. I had a feeling like it would be heavy, and it was. But like once I embraced that, it was amazing.
Yeah.
And the buddy read helped me just like get into it finally and embrace it and discuss it too. Like when you discuss things and you talk out loud, often you aren't just like saying things that you've thought about before. You're formulating thoughts and opinions like on the fly, and as you're articulating, like you are coming to new understandings.
Yeah.
And so like chatting about books, like I would love to do more of like spoiler chats on reads, because those are really, really cool.
Yeah, no, we'll have to set that up. I'll probably hit you up in like March timeframe of just be like, hey, when you want to do this. So yes, there are multiple Tchaikovsky buddy reads, Group A. Right now we're doing a final architecture buddy read on Alan's Discord channel from Library Alexandria. Not run by Alan, but like run by me and Evie. And then at sometime this year, me and Ben are going to do Echoes of the Fall.
Yes.
That's probably my other tip for getting through your priority series is finding friends that also need to be done with these series, and finding, because that's also a big motivator for me with things. It's like KJ Parker, I think I probably wouldn't have picked up the Engineer trilogy for a bit if it hadn't been for like, hey, let's just read the Engineer trilogy. And then now this year, I think we're probably going to go through some of his other series, and maybe reread like the Folding Knife and some of his standalones. But like buddy reads can be really helpful, and they help you stay consistent on like that one a month as well. They really can.
I've also found they've helped me keep me excited and just to be a little bit more like open to what the author's trying to do. Like I'm not just like having my own experience, but I'm going to be engaging with other people. And I don't want to just like say something was negative for me and then kind of like, trample over someone else's experience with the book. Like I want to, not just bias them against the book for like my own personal reasons that I might have had. So I felt like the buddy reads helped me be more kind of open to what the authors are doing and not being as judgmental as I might otherwise be. And to try to find the good so that you can, when you chat with about it, you can be excited. So like I did a secret buddy read with Kyle early last year about Empire's Ruin by Brian Staveley.
Yeah.
Where we read it simultaneously, but we didn't tell the other. It wasn't a secret buddy read in terms of like, we knew we were doing a buddy read, but we didn't communicate how we were feeling about the book
until
the live stream that when we chatted about it. And I was like very mid on that book, as I'd been on the Unhewn Throne trilogy books, but he ended up being really high on the book. Like it was really surprising to me that he was like 5 stars on it. I was like 3, and I was like, I got my gripes out there, and I talked about like how many like hundreds of times Stavely used the word blaze for different stuff, for fires, for eyes blazing, for emotions blazing in your gut, like, and Kyle had a good time with that. But he really helped me see more of the like the positives in the book and get me more excited about the book and the series and continuing and so that buddy read and chat about it like really was nice for me to like have a more fulfilling experience overall than if I just read that alone. Like it would have just been a mid read and I wouldn't have had many thoughts about it or positive thoughts about it. But he really had me thinking a lot more deeply about like the character arc of the main character and how depression was treated with them and kind of relate a lot to that. And so, yeah, buddy reads can be really awesome. Help you get more out of the reads.
I really loved the chats that we did for that I did with Derry, Evie, Anitha, and there was like a host of other people that would like come in and out over the books for Realm of the Elderlings. Like Realm of the Elderlings specifically is a really good buddy read book because it's really interesting that there's been at least one study out there that says reading makes you more empathetic, and it's like we're not really sure, but I can guarantee you that talking about the books that you have read has like that for me personally has helped me be more empathetic to a lot of different people and experiences, whether it's experiences of reading a book or just experiences the characters have had and how people relate to those experiences. And that's I've been really grateful for just like talking to people about like the all the stuff that goes on in Realm of the Elderlings, because there's some pretty deep themes and some pretty dark things that happen to some of our characters, and kind of processing some of that has been really, really useful, I think, and really insightful for me personally.
Oh yeah, totally. Even just like, so me and Colin are chatting about those live ship books or Tawny Man books, and like people in the chat, like just their insights, like especially like more of the female Hob readers, like their insight into how the books were affecting them and how Hob was handling some of those really heavy issues, like were insights that help me and Colin understand new things about the book, even just through the chat itself or through Discord that you can chat it. So it doesn't even have to be like the out loud kind of discussion. But you're right, it can totally open you up to different experiences and processing the same events in different ways. No, it's great. And Group A, Alan's Discord has like a Tchaikovsky channel that's pretty active, that has a lot of Tchaikovsky mega fans in there, and also pages for buddy reads that pop up. But is that where the Final Architecture buddy read is happening? Oh, okay.
Oh wait. Copy. Now where Grufe is. There we go. All right.
What are you reading? What are you going back to after we finish up? What are you reading like right now? What is Lust? It's Lust.
Lustrum. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is Cicero.
Is that the second Cicero?
Also known as Conspirata, I think. Conspiratata, I don't know. Grufe, I just sent you a link to Alan's Discord in your Discord DMs. But yeah, that's it. And then Sailing to Sarantium is the other one that I'm in the middle of.
Ah, nice.
And technically, I need to get back to Wickwire Watch.
Ooh, what do you think of that one? I've just had a bunch of people recommend me try that out.
I need to finish it. I think that I don't know where I'm at with it right now. Like, I'm not like crazy about it, but it's definitely got some interesting elements. I just need it to pick up.
I'm a little bit worried about a child protagonist. I haven't read many books with child protagonists, like in the adult fantasy realm.
I think it's reasonable. Like it. I have to remind myself it's a child every once in a while, because sometimes the decisions that he makes, I'm just like, chill, dude. But it's a child.
How old is the Ink character?
12-ish. He's sketchy about it.
Is he like a very precocious 12-year-old, like acting kind of older than?
He's a street orphan, like Oliver Twist type of sassy street orphan type of deal. That's like, what's it to you?
Okay, yeah. I think it'd be worth trying. A lot of people praise the audio narration for that a lot, like heavily. So I am looking for more self-pub with very lively, engaging audio narration.
I can imagine a good audio narration would improve it a lot. Just need some of the plot elements to start interfering with each other now, so I can.
Is it a completed series? Do you know?
No, it is like 3 books in, and I think she wants to do like 5, and they keep getting longer.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, knowing that, I thought it might have been like a complete trilogy. Okay, so
it is not.
It's that makes me want to get to it less. Like, there's so many completed backlist series. Like, the Black Company is complete.
I understand.
Like,
is it?
The Wizard of Earthsea, is it? I thought it was definitely complete.
I heard there was another one coming out, honestly. But you should totally just read Black Company, because it's like it's like the Shadows of the Yapt, in the sense where there's like a bunch of different completed arcs. Or Discworld actually is probably a better descriptor. I don't know. I could be a very bad descriptor. I haven't read all of it yet.
Like Discworld, that's another one. I have had guards on my priority TBR for like 4 years.
Will always be there. Discworld is great for palate cleansing.
Yeah, I should use it for
I've had several times where I'm just like, I don't know what I want to read, and I don't want to read what's on my TBR. So I've picked up a Discworld book, and it's been fun, it's been great, and it's helped.
Nice. I should do that, because I have guards, Going Postal, and Small Gods on the shelf.
Going Postal is my favorite so far. So many things, so many good things in that book.
What is this about? I hope Earthsea's done. Yeah, that's a dark joke. Yeah, she's passed Beautiful. Beyond the veil. Yeah. Earthsea, though, I think is very done. Like, it has a completed novel arc, and then even short stories that are like related. But another rec for Going Postal. Okay, I'll give that one a go. Like, I've tried to start guards a few times, and just like haven't gotten very far, and it hasn't felt like the right time.
Yeah.
But maybe I need a different one, like a later one, because I actually have read Mort, and it didn't really land with me.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't love it.
Yeah, try Going Postal, and if Going Postal, Mort, and guards don't land, like, this is blasphemy, but this book might not be for you. But
I enjoyed it.
Entirely possible.
Back in my non-fantasy days, I ventured into oh my god, what's his name? The famous comedic British author who writes like Jeeves. No, like read those too back in high school. But like Jeeves, those Jeeves novels. P.G. Wodehouse.
Okay, cool.
Like, I read a bunch of those and actually had a fun time with it. Like, I can definitely get into the kind of more goofy, absurd, like older British humor, like Life of Brian, Holy Grail type stuff. Like that, I'm game for that level of goofiness. So I can.
Well, I think
this
different when it's on page, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. It just. Mort was weird. Like, I didn't find it very funny or the plot very interesting.
The plot's
a lot of people say that. Yeah,
the plot's not supposed to be interesting. I don't feel like the plot in any of these books is supposed to be interesting. It's just supposed to be absurd.
Yeah. So I gotta just be in that right mindset, I guess, for that.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of the social commentary in a lot of his later books, like with the Moist sub-series. Like Going Postal is, I think,
Yep.
in the Moist series, right? Like
Yeah, it's
Making
the first one.
Money and
So Going
the
Postal,
Monstrous
Making
Regiment.
Money. I thought it was just the two, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I know Monstrous Regiment might be a standalone, like different, but I like the idea of like books with a particular kind of like social commentary in mind.
I know Men at Arms, which is the second Discworld, has a little bit more social commentary. Guards has a little bit.
I gotta just power through Guards, I think, to like get over the hump and see what's going on with City Watch, because like so many people love the City Watch, like love City Watch, and talk about like some of the later books being amazing.
It is no shame just to be like, this ain't for me. I got a lot of other things to read, because that's another thing that you're gonna have to come to grips with eventually, Ben. Is just like, I shouldn't read these things. I have so much on my TBR.
Yeah.
Maybe this will be a lower like either at least lowering the priority of a bunch of these series just to take the pressure off your back.
Yeah.
That's another thing that has helped for me, of being like, you know what? I have these books. Maybe I need to let them go for now and come back to them later when I'm actually a lot more excited to read them relative to everything else on my TBR.
Yeah, amen. I'll try to internalize that because I am feeling a bit just like drowning in the everything that I feel like I need to have read already kind of feeling.
Yeah. It's we all go through it for sure.
Pratchett was a genius at embedding social commentary into comedic fantasy. If that was not a mistake in your typing, that was funny.
I mean, it could be like knowing, hey, it's a Pratchett mistake of betting social commentary. Just now, you read every Pratchett and you realize it wasn't a mistake because there's social commentary in beds in every single Pratchett.
Yeah. With you can do a lot with sheets, different types of sheets, and things like that. Oh man, I am having my actual stomach rumblings because
it's
I have not eaten in a long time. Pete, I'm gonna run to grab some dinner. This was a delight. Thanks for coming.
Absolutely.
And we should do this more often and have some actual like book discussions. Sorry, but no, this is awesome. You now hold the current world record for the longest book chat with Benghis.
Yes. You're welcome for all the watch time once it goes to not live.
There've only been 3 of these so far, so you have only defeated Jake Bishop and Kyle.
I could talk more than Jake and Kyle. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. This is great. I can also just go for days and days.
It's true.
So thank you again. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks for having me.
Coming in with all your awesome questions and comments. And we'll catch you all later. Have a nice evening.
Yep. Have a great night, everybody.